Chapter 1618. There was no beginning, no end, and no place to dodge. This was Chu Mu's self-created long-range attack, the Heavenly Scar sword style. Huyan Jingxiong was the first person to experience Chu Mu's sword chi attack. Huyan Jingxiong only felt an intense sense of danger. He had no choice but to continuously change his position in an attempt to dodge. However, no matter how he changed his position, he was unable to escape. The chopstick-like white sword light was simply too fast. There seemed to be a slight cracking sound. All of Huyan Jingxiong's defensive techniques were as weak as paper. They were directly sliced and torn apart by the white sword light. The white sword light tore through Huyan Jingxiong's back, just a little bit more, and Huyan Jingxiong's body would have been torn in half. He didn't die, but he was heavily injured. However, to a 4-star saint, this kind of injury was nothing. He would be able to fully recover in a few days. Compared to the injury to his body, the injury to his heart was more serious. The strength and secret techniques that he was so proud of were nothing in the eyes of his opponent. He originally thought that his opponent was only good at close combat and that he could completely restrain him. In the end, he was used as a practice target by his opponent. After mocking and provoking him time and time again, he was finally defeated by his opponent. A long-range attack, a sword that couldn't be dodged. This feeling was as if his heart and soul were being torn apart, leaving behind an unimaginable shadow. If he couldn't walk out of it, his life would be ruined. This was the price he had to pay for provoking Chu Mu, an incomprehensible and unimaginable sword. As the battle in the Battle Emperor Hall ended, the powerful Huyan Jingxiong was reduced to a foil. As for Chu Mu, his astonishment once again struck everyone's hearts. Chu Mu left the Battle Emperor stage and the Battle Emperor Hall. As for Huyan Jingxiong, someone naturally came to take him away. The person who took Huyan Jingxiong away viciously swept a glance at Chu Mu. The 100-meter-long Imperial flying ship left the Imperial capital and flew in the direction of the true sword sect. After achieving his goal in the royal capital, Chu Mu didn't plan to stay here any longer. This place wasn't suitable for him. The royal capital was a place where power was centralized. The people here, other than controlling their own strength, were also chasing after power and influence. Hence, they were all distracted. If they continued to stay here, they would only be drawn into the vortex of power struggles. In Chu Mu's opinion, this was undoubtedly a waste of time. Hence, he wanted to leave. If Chu Mu wanted to leave, he would naturally not encounter any obstructions. The royal family's flying ship would also send him back. As soon as Chu Mu left, many people breathed a sigh of relief. If such a peerless genius was allowed to stay in the royal capital to develop, it would cause a huge impact on their power. At that time, it would be inevitable for a bloodbath to occur. No one was willing to see such a scene, not even the Azure Water Emperor. It was best that Chu Mu was willing to leave. Huyan Jingxiong's family received a warning from the Azure Water Emperor. They were not to retaliate against the true Sword Marquis in any form. This was because Huyan Jingxiong's fate was the price of his own arrogance, not the true Sword Marquis's provocation. Huyan Jingxiong's family naturally didn't dare to disobey the Azure Water Emperor's warning. It would take more than 10 days to travel from the royal capital to the true sword sect. Chu Mu stayed in the flying ship, quietly cultivating. Suddenly, the flying ship stopped in its high-speed flight. "Marquis!" Someone stopped the flying ship. A maid came to report. "Let them handle it." Chu Mu said, "Marquis, that person is the young prince Huyan Jingting. He's here to look for you." The maid said, "Huyan Jingting." Chu Mu's eyes flashed. He got up, opened the door, and flew out. Huyan Jingting was in the void ahead, looking at Chu Mu. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Huyan Jingting's eyes emitted a blazing light, like 2 sword light piercing through the sky. "Please fight with me." As his voice fell, Huyen Jingting's body erupted with a strong sword intent. The cold sword intent with a murderous aura shook the void, and a shocking sharpness spread out, shocking everyone. This was the power of a beginner 4-star saint, but it was stronger than an ordinary beginner 4-star saint. Huyen Jingting, a beginner 4-star saint, had the strength to kill an ordinary beginner 6-star saint, and even fight against an intermediate 6-star saint. In the distance, the Hermit King and the others were watching. They also wanted to know if Chu Mu had the strength to fight against a 6-star saint without using the silver armor. Huyen Jingting's attack was a good opportunity for them to find out. A powerful cold sword intent with a strong murderous aura soared into the sky, spreading out in all directions. Chu Mu's blood flowed faster. It had to be said that Huyen Jingting was a powerful sword saint from this aura alone. He was worthy of the title of Eternal Genius. After experiencing the secret realm for 100 years, Huyen Jingting would only become stronger, not just in terms of cultivation base. Come. In the face of Huyen Jingting's challenge, Chu Mu's reply was only one word, but it made people's blood boil. This battle was between the number 1 person among the younger generation in the imperial capital and the sect leader of the sword cultivator sect, who had risen like a dark horse. This battle was not watched by many people, and there were only a few spectators. There were only the Hermit King and the others in the distance, and the dozens of people in the imperial flying ship nearby. The dozens of people in the flying ship were all excited. Huyen Jingting stretched out his right hand and grasped the void. Boundless sharpness spread out, and golden light burst out, converging into a golden long sword in his hand. It was a metal elemental spiritual sword. With the metal elemental spiritual sword in hand, Huyen Jingting's aura changed in an instant, becoming incomparably sharp and sharp. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop its sharpness, and anything that was hard would be cut open by his sword. Chu Mu also stretched out his right hand. As the flames burned, the blazing brilliance spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, both of their bodies swayed slightly, exploding with unparalleled speed. That kind of speed was enough to make a 5-star martial saint feel ashamed, and a 6-star martial saint would feel pressured. In an instant, the two figures crossed each other like flowing light. The moment the two swords crossed, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Countless sparks flew, and each of the sparks contained astonishing power. They turned around and closed in again, exchanging blows. Huyen Jingting's speed was extremely fast, and so was Chu Mu's. Now both of them were competing with speed and sword techniques. Sword techniques were basic sword techniques, but in the hands of both of them, they were extraordinary. Every sword and every move contained terrifying power. They could easily cause harm or even death to a 5-star martial saint. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Chu Mu and Huyen Jingting had already clashed thousands of times in the air. Their high-speed movements were so fast that no one could see them clearly. The clash of the two swords caused an incomparably sharp sound that tore through the air, piercing everyone's eardrums and causing them to feel pain and discomfort. The flying ship had to retreat further to avoid being affected. In fact, once the flying ship of the royal family activated its defense, it could withstand the bombardment of a high-level martial saint. The basic sword techniques were displayed by the two of them. They were extremely exquisite, as if they were alive and had a unique spirituality. Huyen Jingting's basic sword techniques were like the spiritual sword in his hand. They were sharp and unstoppable, and anything that was hard would be cut open and killed by his sword. Chu Mu's sword technique was different, but it was also compatible with the spiritual sword in his hand. It was as fierce as fire, invading and burning everything, and was full of terrifying heat. The collision of sharpness and fierceness was a showdown between two evildoers, a showdown between evildoer sword saints. Marquis True Sword indeed has the strength of a 6-star martial saint, Hermit King and others in the distance whispered. Now that I think about it, the silver special armor worn by Marquis Truesword is rumored to not have such powerful strength. At most, it is a kind of support. I think so too. It should be because Marquis Truesword's strength is strong enough. At that time, he was able to contend and even kill a 6-star martial saint mainly because of his strength. It was not entirely because of the special armor. If that's the case, Marquis Truesword's talent is above Jingting's. When these words came out, the few people suddenly fell silent. Compared to them, Marquis Truesword was actually an outsider, while Huyen Jingting was related to them by blood. He belonged to the royal family. The royal family had done their best to cultivate an evildoer, but he was inferior to others. That kind of feeling did not feel good. It was as if their own children were inferior to other children. As relatives of the parents, it was inevitable that they would feel regretful. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The previous confrontation was just a test. Huyen Jingting's swordsmanship gradually changed. It became sharper and more powerful. His aura soared and condensed, as if it had turned into an invisible sword. Feeling that his opponent's swordsmanship had become stronger, Chumu also became stronger. His swordsmanship became more explosive. The air under the sword was compressed and burned at a high temperature. It became more terrifying and exploded with astonishing destructive power. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying energy, fluctuations that could destroy a 5-star martial saint constantly spread out from the place where the two of them clashed. It was at a speed that would make a 5-star martial saint expert blush with shame. It rushed in all directions. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be plowed open. Vacuum gullies appeared. The surrounding air quickly flowed and filled up. Because the speed was too fast, it formed cyclones. When they collided, storms emerged. Howling windstorms were struck by the shock waves from the exchange of blows between the two sides. They were torn apart, shattered, destroyed, and transformed into nothing. The scene was even more shocking than Huyen Jingxiong's limitless magical technique. Chapter 1619. Sword Qi shot out in all directions, shocking everyone. The battle between Chu Mu and Huyen Jingting gradually reached its climax and became more and more intense. During the battle, Chu Mu also understood that Huyen Jingting's swordsmanship was quite good. He was comparable to Gu Luankong and was slightly better than Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyan. On the other hand, Huyen Jingting felt that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was unfathomable. Even if he used all of his swordsmanship, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Chu Mu. Chu Mu gave him a feeling that the stronger the opponent, the stronger he got. In the 100-Year Secret Realm, I combined all of my knowledge and created 2 swordsmanship moves. Huyen Jingting looked at Chu Mu seriously. There was a kind of devotion to the way of the sword in his eyes. The first move, Silent Snowfall. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold, murderous aura around Huyen Jingting increased by 10 times. The air in the void seemed to be condensed by the cold, murderous aura and turned into white snowflakes that danced in the air like butterflies. Huyen Jingting's sword slashed out, and the snowflakes in the sky all flew towards Chu Mu. The edges of each snowflake emitted a golden glow and were incomparably sharp. The power of every snowflake was enough to tear a 5-star Saint Realm expert to shreds. Even a 6-star Saint Realm expert would pale in fright. When Huyen Jingting used his swordsmanship, Chu Mu knew that it was a perfect and powerful swordsmanship. However, as Chu Mu's understanding of the heaven and earth of the sword deepened, he could analyze the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent's swordsmanship. Therefore, when he gently slashed out with his sword, the snowflakes under his sword were shattered and turned into ashes. It seemed like a powerful swordsmanship, but it didn't pose any threat to Chu Mu at all. What a beautiful swordsmanship! Chu Mu said. This was his evaluation. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Huyen Jingting's swordsmanship was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. Even a 6-star Saint expert would have to use all of his strength to defend against it. However, in Chumu's eyes, such a sword technique was too crude compared to his self-created sword style. Not only was Huyen Jingting's attack ineffective, but he had also received such an evaluation from Chumu. Not only was Huyen Jingting not angry, his eyes even lit up. Second move, sword burial style, Huyen Jingting said. His voice carried a very peculiar metallic texture. The metallic spirit sword in his hand also emitted a golden luster. It spread out, then instantly contracted and condensed on the sword. The metallic spirit sword trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. An incomparably sharp aura spread out from the sword. The void under the sword seemed to be unable to be restrained and showed signs of being torn apart. Chumu's eyes lit up. Huyen Jingting hadn't even displayed his swordsmanship yet, but he had already seen through some of its mysteries. This move was called sword burial style. It was most likely a sword move based on the spirit sword. It was a sword move that was closely related to the spirit sword in the hand. It maximized the power of the spirit sword without damaging the spirit sword itself. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a sword move. It was just a technique that maximized the power of the spirit sword in the hand. However, it could also be regarded as a sword move. An astonishing sharpness rippled outwards as Huyen Jingting swung his sword. This sword seemed to be a very ordinary sword. When it was swung, it didn't seem to have any special technique. However, a golden ray of light about the thickness of a finger instantly cut through the air and slashed towards Chumu as if nothing could stop it. Chumu could clearly feel the sharpness of the sword. It was invincible. The sword burial style's power was many times stronger than the silent falling snow, capable of killing a 6-star true saint with a single slash and even threatening a mid-level 6-star true saint. However, Chumu's strength wasn't something an ordinary 6-star saint expert could compare to. As he raised his sword, thousands of clouds appeared. The sword burial style's golden sword light suddenly fell into the clouds. It was as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its speed was slightly affected. A silent sword light appeared. The condensed sword light had an astonishing power that could pierce through everything. In an instant, it collided with the golden sword light. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a slight tremor. The moment the aftershock spread out, the golden sword light was pierced through by Chumu's cloud-piercing sword style. The cloud-piercing sword style's aftershock didn't dissipate. It still pierced towards Huyen Jingxiong at an astonishing speed. Huyen Jingxiong realized that the sword was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge it, especially when he performed the sword burial style. There was a momentary pause. This momentary pause was extremely short, but it was unavoidable. It was seized by his opponent. Was it a coincidence, or was it deliberate? Huyen Jingting felt that it was the latter. That sword was filled with an incomparably shocking sword light. It pierced through the void and pierced towards Huyen Jingting's forehead. Huyen Jingting could clearly feel a tearing pain coming from his forehead. That was because his opponent's sword was too sharp. The sword stopped at his forehead. The tip of the sword touched his forehead, but it didn't pierce through. However, the feeling of being pierced through made Huyen Jingting's hair stand on end. His scalp went numb and his primordial spirit trembled. Chumu didn't kill Huyen Jingting because Huyen Jingting wasn't his enemy. Thank you, true sword marquis, for your advice. Huyen Jingting withdrew his sword and saluted Chumu with a serious face. It was a salute of 3 swords. One had to know that he and Chumu were of the same generation. A salute of 1 sword was enough. A salute of 3 swords was completely treating Chumu as a senior expert, an expert worthy of respect. The Hermit King and the others in the distance were stunned. Perhaps it was because of Huyen Jingting's personality, or perhaps it was because of his background, but his temperament was cold. Geniuses like Huyen Jingxiong couldn't even dream of receiving a salute of 1 sword from him. Huyen Jingting also wouldn't pay attention to ordinary seniors. However, at this moment, he actually saluted Chu Mu with 3 swords. It was shocking. Chu Mu calmly accepted the salute and said, "Silent Snowfall is too beautiful. The sword burial style is good. Its power can be more concentrated." Rather than a battle between the two of them, it was more accurate to say that Huyen Jingting was asking for guidance. In terms of attainments in the way of the sword, Chu Mu was far superior to his peers. Even Gul Wankong, Huyen Jingting, and the others couldn't compare to him. Chu Mu didn't find it strange that someone who was devoted to the sword and the path of the sword would perform the 3 sword salutes to him. Even though Huyen Jingting seemed very cold, this coldness was only because his heart was on the path of the sword. "True sword Marquis, I will come to find you again," Huyen Jingting said and turned to leave. His words weren't threatening at all. He was just telling Chu Mu that he would come to find him again in the future. It was probably to ask for guidance again. True sword Marquis, what terrifying talent in the way of the sword. The only terrifying sword cultivator in all of history. I reckon that it won't be long before his strength surpasses mine. The sword of Gojoseon's side. For a powerful 9-star sword saint to say this was enough to shock others. However, Chu Mu was worthy of such an evaluation. I think that His Majesty has made a very good decision. It's very beneficial to our dynasty. With the true sword Marquis talent in the way of the sword, given enough time to grow, he will at least be a peerless expert in the future. Moreover, he will be the strongest among the peerless experts. The princes discussed as they returned to the imperial capital. Chu Mu also re-entered the flying ship and flew in the direction of the true sword sect. Although Huyen Jingting's strength wasn't comparable to his, he was already very strong. He was a monstrous genius in the way of the sword. Moreover, Chu Mu felt that his sword burial style was quite good. Riding on the flying ship, Chu Mu continued to comprehend what he had gained from the 100-year secret realm. After 100 years of cultivation, he had accumulated a lot of potential. In the future, he could slowly transform it. Soon, more than 10 days passed. The imperial flying ship stopped outside the true sword sect. After Chu Mu flew out of the flying ship turned around and left. When he left the sect, a large group of people were kneeling outside the sect to repent. Now they were all gone. Chu Mu couldn't help but shake his head. From the time he left until he returned, only a month had passed. A month's time, to normal people, may be very long, but to cultivators it wasn't much. Since they came to repent, they couldn't even last a month. There was no sincerity at all. Of course, even if they had the sincerity to continue kneeling and repenting, Chu Mu wouldn't give them the chance to return to the true sword sect. If the rising true sword sect was willing, they would only need to open their doors once more to recruit a group of talented and determined disciples. They would not be ungrateful wretches who would abandon the sect at a critical moment and run away at a critical moment. The reason why Chu Mu didn't plan to open the sect to recruit disciples now was because he wanted to nurture the disciples who didn't abandon the sect at a critical moment. He wanted them to grow as quickly as possible and strengthen the true sword sect. When the true sword sect was strong enough, he would recruit new disciples. Disciples greet the sect master. When the 4 disciples guarding the sect saw Chu Mu, they hurriedly bowed excitedly. When did those people leave? Chu Mu asked. Sect master, those people didn't leave. One of the disciples guarding the sect replied. The 4 of them all showed surprise and indignation. This made Chu Mu realize that something had happened in the true sword sect during the month he wasn't there. Tell me what you know, Chu Mu said. Yes, sect master, the situation is like this. A disciple who was guarding the mountain gate immediately explained in detail, and the other 3 supplemented for him. From what they said, Chu Mu gradually understood the situation. It turned out that around 10 days after he left the true sword Marquis on the imperial family's flying ship, a group of people arrived outside. There were 3 waves in total. These people claimed to have a very deep relationship with the true sword sect. Just like the true sword sect, they were a branch left behind after the true God sword sect was destroyed. Because they heard of the true sword sect's reputation and found out about its origins, they specially rushed over from other regions to meet up with the true sword sect. As for the disciples kneeling outside the sect, they were allowed to return to the true sword sect by the 3 waves of people. This was only a rough process, but Chu Mu could imagine it. His face couldn't help but sink. Chapter 16:20. Chu Mu's speed was very fast. After entering the mountain gate, he went straight to the main hall of the sect. That figure just now looked very familiar. It's the sect master. The sect master is back. That's great. The sect master is finally back. Let's see how those guys are going to continue jumping around. With Chu Mu's fast speed, he could also hear the discussions of the disciples everywhere he passed. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived at the sect master's peak. He went straight up and entered the main hall of the sect. Although Chu Mu's speed was very fast, he had concealed his aura. When he arrived outside the main hall of the sect, he could already feel the auras in the main hall before he even entered. Among these auras, there were a few that he was very familiar with. However, there were some that he was unfamiliar with. With a cold smile on his face, Chu Mu strode into the main hall of the sect. The moment he entered the main hall of the sect, many gazes seemed to pierce through space and time and landed on him. Some of the gazes were filled with surprise, while others were filled with interrogation. It was as if they wanted to see through Chu Mu. Who are you? How dare you sneak into the main hall of the real sword sect? A stern voice sounded. It was filled with interrogation and killing intent. It was as if he was the owner of this place. Moreover, as he spoke, he made a move. With a light tap of his sword finger, a ray of sword chi shot out. The cyan sword chi was extremely fast. It shot towards Chu Mu. The moment it hit Chu Mu, it exploded and turned into even finer cyan sword chi. It intertwined like threads and formed a net of cyan sword chi that enveloped Chu Mu. If Chu Mu was only an ordinary 2-star martial saint, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this sudden attack. He would only be trapped by the cyan sword chi net. However, Chu Mu was no ordinary 2-star martial saint. His reaction was extremely fast. He shifted his feet and instantly dodged the net of sword chi. You still dare to dodge? Die! On the other side, another person shouted. He didn't stand up, but he raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers. His 5 fingers were slightly bent as he pointed them at Chu Mu. His fingertips flickered with a sharp luster. With a slight tremble, 5 incomparably sharp sword chi shot towards Chu Mu as if they had pierced through the void. These 5 rays of sword chi were arranged in a pentagonal pattern, like the 5 corners of a 5-pointed star. They contained a unique profundity, as if they had completely enveloped the surrounding space, making it impossible for anyone to dodge. The first person to shoot out the cyan sword aura was a 6-star saint rank expert. Now, the person who shot out the 5 sword auras was also a 6-star saint rank expert. However, the difference between them and the first person was that these 5 sword auras were extremely destructive, as if they wanted to kill Chu Mu. Stop! Stop! Only then did the elders of the true sword sect wake up from their pleasant surprise. Their hearts trembled as they hurriedly called out and attacked at the same time. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed. The 5 rays of sword chi shot towards him seemed to form a 5-pointed star. They rapidly enlarged in front of him, filling up the world before him. There was nowhere to dodge them. With a flick of his finger, the sword light pierced through the air and struck one of the rays of sword chi. With a crack, as if something had shattered, one of the 5 rays of sword chi was instantly destroyed. The remaining 4 rays of sword chi were no longer able to cover the space before them. Chu Mu easily dodged them. This subordinate greets the sect master. Seeing that Chu Mu had turned danger into safety, the elders stopped attacking and landed before Chu Mu. They saluted with their swords and spoke emotionally. "Elders, you may dispense with the formalities." Chu Mu's voice was indifferent. He looked at the others. His calm gaze was like an unfathomable abyss as it swept across their faces. For an instant, they actually didn't dare to look at Chu Mu. "This is the main hall of my true sword sect. Who are you? Not only did you barge into the main hall of the sect without permission, you even attacked the sect master. Ha 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 ha, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The first person who attacked stood up and laughed loudly. "We didn't expect you to be the sect master of the true sword sect. We thought that you were some rascal who barged into the main hall of the sect without permission. Sect Master Chu, please don't be angry. That's right. I heard from the elders that Sect Master Chu's cultivation base is only at the early first heavenly layer of the Aeon realm. That's why we thought you were a rascal who barged into the true sword sect without permission." The second person's cold expression disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. The faces of the elders immediately darkened. The two of them spoke as if they were trying to explain, but the rascal seemed to be mocking Chu Mu on purpose. Chu Mu didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to them. He directly ignored them and walked forward. In the end, he sat on the seat of the sect master and looked down on them. "Now, tell me where you came from and why you came to the true sword sect." Chu Mu's cold gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke, unhurriedly. The elders returned to their seats. During this period of time, they had withstood a huge amount of pressure to contend with the other party. Now that the sect master was back, they could finally heave a sigh of relief. Chu Mu was the backbone of the true sword sect. Time after time, it was clear that as long as Chu Mu was around, the true sword sect would be able to overcome any difficulties they encountered. There was no other way. The current true sword sect looked impressive, but it was still very weak. The strongest of the elders was only a 6-star martial saint. On the stage of experts, they were at the bottom. Hearing Chu Mu's words, these people exchanged glances and instantly communicated. There were a total of 18 people in this group. Each of them was a martial saint expert. The strongest 3 were at the peak of the 6-star martial saint realm. The weaker ones were at the mid-level of the 6-star martial saint realm. The rest were at the 5-star martial saint realm, 4-star martial saint realm, and the weakest one was at the 2-star martial saint realm. However, that 2-star martial saint looked quite young and didn't seem to be very old. Between his brows there was a look of arrogance, as if he was saying to others, "I'm amazing, I'm a genius. Sect Master Chu, I'm the second elder of the Royal Sword Sect. I come from the Black Cloud region. My sect master was a disciple of the True God Sword Sect a few thousand years ago. Because he was out on a mission, he survived and secretly cultivated. He established the Royal Sword Sect in hopes that one day he would be able to revive the True God Sword Sect." The first person to attack Chu Mu was a 6-star sacred rank peak expert. "Our gazing sword sect comes from the White Cloud region. Our sect master also went out on a mission. When he returned to the True God Sword Sect, he found out that the True God Sword Sect was destroyed. So he secretly cultivated and built the Gazing Sword Sect, passing down a part of the True God Sword Sect. This was the second 6-star martial saint expert. Our star sword sect comes from the Red Cloud region. Our situation is similar to the Gazing Sword Sect and the Royal Sword Sect." The third 6-star martial saint expert said, "Since you all have your own sects, why did you come to our True God Sword Sect?" Chu Mu asked again. "Our goal is to revive the glory of the True God Sword Sect. So, our sect master thinks that we can unite and become a new and stronger sect. We can better restore the glory of the True God Sword Sect." The second elder of the Royal Sword Sect said, "That's right. Our star sword sect has the same idea. The elder of the Star Sword sect stood up and said, "Our Star Sword sect has 2 7-star martial saints. It's one of the strongest sects in the Red Cloud region. There are countless outstanding geniuses in our sect." Hearing the Star Sword sect's elder's words, the only 2-star Saint Realm expert revealed a hint of arrogance. "Our sect master thinks that only if the 4 sects unite and become a new sect can we better restore the glory of the true God Sword sect." The elder of the Gazing Sword sect said. Everyone seemed to be full of confidence when they spoke. They seemed to be very confident, as if it wasn't difficult to restore the glory of the true God Sword sect. "Let's not talk about the alliance for now," Chumu said and looked at the elders of the true God Sword sect. "Elders, what's the matter with those people who left the sect? Why did they enter the sect again?" "Sect Master." The elders quickly stood up. "Sect Master Chu, this is my idea." The elder of the Star Sword sect spoke again, looking very confident. "As long as one is alive, who can guarantee that he won't make a mistake? I can't, and neither can Sect Master Chu. If you make a mistake and don't let it go, you won't give the other party a chance. This method will ruin the future of many talented disciples. It's not advisable." The elder of the Star Sword sect spoke vehemently. The more he spoke, the louder his voice became. In the end, it was as if he was reprimanding Chumu. Chumu's expression didn't change. His gaze didn't change either. He just stared at the elder without saying a word, waiting for the elder to finish speaking. The 2-star martial saint expert of the Star Sword sect kept staring at Chumu, paying attention to Chumu's expression. When he saw that Chumu didn't show any anger, his eyes flashed with contempt. A sect master and a widely known genius, yet he didn't have the pride of a genius. Such a person was nothing to worry about. "Are you done?" When the other party stopped, Chumu spoke neither slowly nor quickly, using a calm tone to speak. "I'm done." The elder of the Star Sword sect suddenly froze and replied stupidly, "Remember, this is the real Sword sect, not the Star Sword sect. You're an elder of the Star Sword sect. You have nothing to do with the real Sword sect." Chumu said. Then he looked at the other elders. "Third elder, chase all of them out. Kill those who don't want to leave." His tone was calm, but the content of his words sent chills down everyone's spines. The people of the Wong Sword sect, and Star Sword sect narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect the sect master of the real Sword sect to make such a decision. Sect Master Chu, this method. The elder of the Star Sword sect didn't know what he was relying on. He wanted to say something again, but Chumu turned around and looked at him. His eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, the elder stopped talking. "Yes, Sect Master." The third elder accepted the order. He turned around and walked out of the main hall. His footsteps were filled with determination. "All right, I've dealt with the miscellaneous matters. Now, let's talk about the purpose of your visit," Chumu said and glanced at them. Chapter 16:21. Hold on. Wu Guanjing, the genius of the Star Sword sect, said, "I've always heard that although the sect leader of the real Sword sect's cultivation isn't high, you're very strong. Seeing is believing. Sect leader Chu, do you dare to fight with me?" "You." Chu Mu glanced at Wu Guanjing and said indifferently, "Too weak." Hearing this, Wu Guanjing's face instantly changed and turned ashen. Without any warning, a strong aura surged from Wu Guanjing's body. It was very sharp. A sword appeared in his hand and starlight spread out. He stabbed his sword at Chumu. The starlight in the sky formed a vortex. As it spun, it surged toward Chumu. In an instant, the entire sect hall seemed to have turned into a sea of starlight. Among the thousands of starlight, a sword light was hidden, making it difficult for people to notice. Not bad. The elders of the Star Sword sect nodded and smiled. Wu Guanjing was very familiar with the sword in the stars. He had fully unleashed the power of this sword move. It was enough to defeat an ordinary 3-star martial saint. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, the mysteries of this sword move were completely revealed and mastered by him. It was indeed a very good sword move. It was also very mysterious. It merged the sword with the starlight, making it difficult for people to distinguish it. It could then achieve the goal of killing the enemy. With this person's strength as a 2-star martial saint, this sword move was enough to kill a 3-star martial saint. Chu Mu extended 2 fingers, and as if he was casually grabbing something, he caught a sword light as well as Wu Guanjing's sword. Wu Guanjing was shocked to find that the sword move he was so proud of had somehow fallen into his opponent's fingers. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't move at all. Soon after, Chu Mu's 2 fingers lightly shook, and a tyrannical energy vibrated as it was transmitted. The sword was knocked away, and Wu Guanjing's entire body was pushed back by this energy. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They knew how strong Wu Guanjing was. The black cloud region, the white cloud region, and the red cloud region were 3 regions adjacent to each other, forming a triangle. Regardless of whether it was the black cloud region, the white cloud region, or the red cloud region, they were all considered small regions. The 3 regions added together were not even as big as the Kanglin Empire. The black cloud region, the white cloud region, and the red cloud region were collectively known as the cloud region. In the cloud region, there was a list called the Green Cloud Ranking. The Green Cloud Ranking recorded the geniuses of the cloud region who were younger than a few years old. There were only 100 spots on the Azure Cloud Rankings. Those who were able to be ranked on the Azure Cloud Rankings were all true geniuses, and Wu Guanjing of the Star Sword sect was ranked in the top 10 on the Azure Cloud Rankings. In the cloud domain, Wu Guanjing was extremely famous, and his strength was also very strong. He had once killed a peak 3-star Saint Realm expert when he was just a 2-star Saint Realm expert. Before they came, they had also inquired about the strength of the sect leader of the real sword sect, Chu Mu. All kinds of rumors said that the sect leader of the real sword sect was very strong, but they had not seen it with their own eyes, so they felt that it was a little exaggerated. In the previous 2 attacks, the 2 peak 6-star Saint Realm experts did not use their true strength and were only testing the waters. Chu Mu was able to dodge them, which meant that he was indeed quite strong. They also felt that Wu Guanjing's strength was not enough to defeat Chu Mu, and might even be defeated by him. But now, Chu Mu casually caught Wu Guanjing's sword, which made them feel that it was unbelievable. This kind of strength gap was too big, wasn't it? It was completely enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the Azure Cloud Rankings. No, it was possible that he was on par with the first place on the Azure Cloud Rankings. Without looking at Wu Guanjing, whose face was green with anger, Chu Mu swept his gaze across the elders of the 3 major sects and said, "I am very interested in the alliance you mentioned. Who can tell me more about it?" The elders of the Wang Sword sect and Wang Sword sect all looked at the elder of the Star Sword sect. Among the 3 major sects, the Star Sword sect was the strongest. They had 2 7-star sword saints, while the Wang Sword sect and Wang Sword sect only had 1 each. Therefore, among the 3 major sects, the Star Sword sect had the most right to speak. Sect leader Chu, there are 2 ways for the 4 major sects to form an alliance. The second elder of the Star Sword sect said. He paid more attention to Chu Mu. The first way is for the 4 major sects to form an alliance and elect a leader and 3 vice leaders to jointly control the alliance. Then they will create an elder council of the alliance to be responsible for supervising. The 4 major sects can provide resources to each other, and the cultivation's sacred grounds can be open to each other to achieve the goal of developing together and becoming stronger together. Chu Mu did not speak, but listened quietly. In fact, he was indeed interested. The development of the true sword sect was not something that could be done in a day or 2. Although the development was very fast now, it would still take a lot of time to become stronger. After promising Senior Bai Ling, Chu Mu would do his best to complete it. However, he could not tie himself to the true sword sect for the rest of his life. Therefore, he would think of ways to develop the true sword sect without damaging its foundation. The faster the better. The advantage of the first way is that after the alliance stabilizes, we can absorb more sects into the alliance and strengthen it. The elder of the Star Sword sect continued. The disadvantage is that it is more difficult to recreate the glory of the true God Sword sect. This is because the organization in the form of an alliance is scattered. Therefore, we are more inclined to the second method. As he said that, he paused and looked at Chu Mu. It was as if he was keeping him in suspense, waiting for Chu Mu to ask. This was his usual way of speaking, to take the initiative. However, Chu Mu only looked at him. His eyes were indifferent, and he did not have the slightest intention of opening his mouth. That was clearly an indifferent attitude, as if it was up to him to say it or not. The second elder of the Star Sword sect continued. The second method is to disband the Wang Sword sect, the Wang Sword sect, and the True Sword sect. They will all join our Star Sword sect. Our Star Sword sect will set up 3 vice sect master positions, which will be taken by the sect masters of the Wang Sword sect, the Wang Sword sect, and the True Sword sect, respectively. We will also add 30 elder positions, which will be taken by the original elders of the 3 sections. As for the other saint-level experts, they will be appointed as deacons, envoys, and so on. The people of the Wang Sword sect and the Wang Sword sect did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise. Chu Mu knew that they had probably already discussed it. The benefits of this method are very obvious. It is centralization, unification, and strict sect rules, which will only make the Star Sword sect stronger. At that time, the Star Sword sect will become a very powerful existence among the second-rate sections. It will be more advantageous for us to compete for the cultivation resources of the cloud domain. The second elder of the Star Sword sect became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as we are fast enough, we can quickly integrate the 4 sects, and then we can participate in the Battle of Flying Cloud Valley. When speaking of the Battle of Flying Cloud Valley, the elders of the Wang Sword sect and the Wang Sword sect were all tempted. It seemed that the Flying Cloud Valley was an amazing place. Our Star Sword sect has been calculating for a period of time. The second method is completely feasible. As long as we cooperate with each other, we can complete the integration in less than a month and become a new and more powerful Star Sword sect. At that time, we will have enough qualifications to participate in the Battle of Flying Cloud Valley. As long as we get a place in the Battle of Flying Cloud Valley, we can enter the Flying Cloud Valley to cultivate. The second elder of the Star Sword sect said quickly, and his tone became more and more excited. However, Chu Mu was completely calm and his face was indifferent. This made the excited second elder of the Star Sword sect feel very bored. It was as if he was a clown who tried his best to perform, but was regarded as clumsy by the other party. Sect Master Chu, you can consider our proposal. The second elder of the Star Sword sect suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Chu Mu, "The first method will not be considered." Chu Mu said in a neither fast nor slow tone, but it made people unable to help but focus on listening. The second method is not bad. Hearing Chu Mu's words, the people of the 3 sects were delighted. However, Chu Mu's next words made their expressions change. However, I have a better method. That is, the Wang Sword sect, the Wang Sword sect, and the Star Sword sect will submit to the True Sword sect and become branches of the True Sword sect. Chu Mu said, "Sect Master Chu, we have come with sincerity. We are not joking." The elder of the Star Sword sect said angrily, "I am not joking either." Chu Mu's tone was calm, as if he was telling a fact. "If you did not come to me, perhaps I would not have come to you. However, since you have come to me, there is no reason for me to let you go." Hearing Chu Mu's words, the people of the Wang Sword sect, the Wang Sword Sect and the Star Sword Sect, were furious. As for the few elders of the True Sword Sect, they were stunned at first. Then they were delighted. Sect Master Chu, we are all descendants of the True God Sword Sect. We should join forces with each other and focus on the strongest sect. We should abandon our sectarian views and personal interests. Only in this way can we grow stronger and better restore the glory of the True God Sword Sect. The second elder of the Star Sword Sect said again, Elder Lin is right. We, the Wang Sword Sect, agree. The elder of the Wang Sword Sect added, We, the Wang Sword Sect, agree too. The elder of the Wang Sword Sect added, So, the Star Sword Sect thinks that you are the strongest among the 4 sects? Chu Mu asked. We, the Star Sword Sect, have 2 7-star sword saints. The second elder of the Star Sword Sect spoke with assurance. The sect master and the great elder are both mid-level 7-star sword saints, especially the sect master. Everything he learned was directly inherited from the True God Sword Sect. His talent is outstanding and his strength is great. He once defeated a high-level 7-star saint expert with the strength of a mid-level 7-star saint expert. In addition, our Star Sword Sect has more than 30 mid-level saint experts and more than 100 low-level saint experts. I believe that the True God Sword Sect does not possess such strength. My True Sword Sect can even kill an 8-star sword saint of the Battle King Sect. Do you think the Star Sword Sect can do it? Chu Mu asked again, how about this? Send your strongest person to fight with the experts of the True Sword Sect. The outcome will be decided by the outcome. Chapter 16:22. Chu Mu's forcefulness was not to be rejected. No matter what the people from the Royal Sword Sect, the Gazing Sword Sect, and the Star Sword Sect said, they were unable to sway Chu Mu's decision. Just as Chu Mu had said, if they had not come to him, Chu Mu would not have known of their existence. Naturally, he would not have had any thoughts about them. However, since they had come to him of their own accord and interfered with True Sword Sect's affairs without his consent and even attempted to devour True Sword Sect, Chu Mu obviously would not treat people like that kindly. The 3 great sects were all second-rate forces, led by the Star Sword Sect. They had already discussed among themselves that they would swallow up the True Sword Sect with the Star Sword Sect as the leader. They would gradually divide the True Sword Sect, and in the end, split up the disciples and cultivation resources of the True Sword Sect. On the other hand, Chu Mu wanted the 3 sects to submit and become branches of the True Sword Sect. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the most vivid example of a sect. Wasn't that what the Battle King Sect did? Chu Mu did not give them much of a choice. Didn't they want to take over the True Sword Sect? They could, as long as they had the strength to take over the True Sword Sect. On the other hand, if they were taken over by the True Sword Sect, they would have to submit to the True Sword Sect and become a branch of the True Sword Sect. It didn't matter if they left the True Sword Sect and returned to their respective sects or used some other method to inform their sections. As long as they sent out the strongest experts from their sects to fight with the experts from the True Sword Sect, the outcome would be decided based on the outcome. The people from the 3 sects all chose to leave the True Sword Sect and return to their sections. When they left, Chu Mu told them very straightforwardly that he would only give them 3 months. If the experts of the 3 sects did not come to the True Sword Sect within 3 months, he would take the initiative to attack with the experts of the True Sword Sect. This was not a threat. It was a fact. The sect master of the True Sword Sect is too arrogant. Whether he's arrogant or confident, when the experts of our 3 sects arrive, the True Sword Sect will have to submit obediently. I wonder which sword manuals of the True God Sword Sect are passed down in the True Sword Sect? The people from the 3 sects took the same flying ship and left. Inside the flying ship, there was a lot of discussion and speculation. The 3 great sects were indeed, as they had said. The sect masters were all disciples of the true God sword sect back then. When they went out to train or carry out missions, they were left alive. With the sword manuals passed down by the true God sword sect, their talents were not bad either. After thousands of years of cultivation, each of them became a saint-level expert. They established their own sect and passed it down, gradually growing stronger. The three great sects worked together and gained a firm foothold in the Cloud region. This time, some of the disciples were out training. When they passed by the Kanglan dynasty, they heard news about the true sword sect. After they brought the news back to their respective sects, their sects began to pay more attention to it. After confirming it, they discussed and decided on a plan. They didn't think that they would be able to capture the true sword sect as soon as they made their move. The strength of the true sword sect's sect master was beyond their expectations. Now he had to rush back and report the situation here. Then he would discuss it and make a new plan to take down the true sword sect. The moment Chumu returned, he resolved the sect's matters swiftly and decisively. He was able to do this because he was confident in himself. It was because he had the ability and foundation to do so. Without the interference of outsiders, the true sword sect's development was once again on the right track. As for Chumu, he planned to cultivate for a period of time. During the 100 years in the 100-year secret realm, Chumu cultivated the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique, which raised his Yuan spirit from the early stage to the peak of the third stage. Although he didn't break through in the next few decades, his foundation became more and more stable under the tempering of his Yuan spirit. He had reached the limit of the peak of the third stage and couldn't improve any further. The next step was to break through. The breakthrough from the third stage to the fourth stage was many times more difficult than from the second stage to the third stage. This was because it was a qualitative change. It was a qualitative change from the black iron Yuan spirit to the bronze Yuan spirit. Simply put, a peak level 2 Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique used by a peak level 2 Yuan spirit could pose a threat to an early stage level 3 Yuan spirit that didn't cultivate any Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique. However, a peak level 3 Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique used by a peak level 3 Yuan spirit wouldn't be able to do anything to an early stage level 4 Yuan spirit. The bronze Yuan spirit light of a 4th stage Yuan spirit would naturally be able to withstand a peak level 3 Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique without being harmed at all. A 4th stage Yuan spirit was also the starting point for the formation of a primordial spirit Dharma power. All in all, the difference between a 4th stage Yuan spirit and a 3rd stage Yuan spirit was on 2 completely different levels. He had accumulated enough. What he needed now was an opportunity. At night, Chumu looked up at the sky. There was moonlight. He went to the sect master's peak and sat down to cultivate the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique. This was Chumu's first time cultivating the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique under the moonlight. The faint moonlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed on Chumu's body in all directions. It was as if a layer of silver frost had permeated the air. Traces of moonlight seeped into Chumu's body and into his spiritual world. Chumu felt a trace of coolness. Under the attraction of the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique, traces of moonlight entered Chumu's spiritual world and flowed into his primordial spirit. Moonlight was an extremely pure form of energy that didn't contain any impurities. However, there weren't many cultivation techniques that could absorb moonlight for cultivation. Moreover, although moonlight was pure, it was very thin. It usually took a long time to absorb it for it to be effective. Tonight, Chumu absorbed very little moonlight. The thin moonlight was absorbed by Chumu's primordial spirit bit by bit. Outside the primordial spirit, there was a layer of moonlight that permeated the air. It was lustrous and looked even more magnificent. The night passed very quickly. It was like closing and opening one's eyes. When Chumu couldn't feel the moonlight anymore, He stopped cultivating the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique. He could feel that after a night of cultivation, his primordial spirit seemed to have undergone an indescribable change. This change was very subtle, but it was a good change. The great elder was still cultivating in seclusion in the profound Yang Sword Palace. Gu Wankong and the other two were also cultivating in the profound Yang Sword Palace. Pure Yang Qi could refine the primordial spirit, blood, and Yuan Li. The effect was very good. If they cultivated for a long time, Gu Wankong and the other two could even increase their sacred bodies, pure Yang Qi. At that time, their sacred body would become even stronger. The other elders and disciples were also in the midst of their cultivation. However, the profound Yang sword realm couldn't be known by others. Therefore, the 10 esoteric disciples still didn't have the qualifications to enter it to cultivate. However, they had obtained the right to cultivate in the spiritual pool, and their cultivation had increased rapidly. Chu Mu also placed the various treasures that he had taken from the Kanglin dynasty's secret vault. Refining Heart Valley, Crazed Battle Hall, and the others were all discussing how to deduct contribution points to cultivate under the elders' discussion. The Great Energy Gathering Array and the 8-phase Skylock Array were also completed. The Great Energy Gathering Array would always be activated, while the 8-phase Skylock Array would only be activated when a strong enemy attacked. Once it was activated, even a 9-star Saint Expert would be trapped and attacked. With the 8-phase Skylock Array, the true Sword Sex Mountain Gate could be considered to have the ability to protect itself. The various cultivation treasures that Chu Mu brought back injected new vitality into the true Sword Sex development. Everything was developing in a better direction. The bright moon didn't appear every day. Sometimes it would be covered by dark clouds. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu couldn't absorb the moonlight. Sometimes the moonlight was thin and the effect wasn't obvious. 14 days had passed in a row. Out of the 14 days, there was no moonlight to absorb for 6 days. The remaining 8 days, there was only thin moonlight to absorb. However, tonight was different. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. The bright moon in the sky was like a disk. The moonlight it emitted was extremely bright and much denser than before. Chu Mu sat down with his legs crossed and began to circulate the secret technique of the hanging moon. As soon as he circulated it, the dense and pure moonlight was drawn over, seeping into Chu Mu's body and entering his mental world. Because of the bright moon hovering sky primordial spirit cultivation technique, the moonlight around Chu Mu was completely absorbed, forming a patch of darkness. Soon after, the moonlight in the sky quickly flowed over, replenishing the darkness in a timely manner, causing the moonlight to look like flowing water, adding a bit more movement. Chu Mu continuously absorbed the moonlight. A layer of luster appeared around Chu Mu's soul, as if he was wearing a robe of moonlight. It gave him a sense of mystery. He constantly absorbed the moonlight. Although it wasn't much in the past few days of cultivation, it had gradually caused slight changes to his soul. It had accumulated over time. Today's absorption had increased. Chu Mu felt his soul tremble slightly, as if a brand new energy was emerging from the depths of his soul. The light of the black iron soul around his soul already had a faint bronze luster. As the new power emerged, the bronze luster gradually became stronger and spread out. As the moonlight was constantly absorbed, the light of Chu Mu's soul gradually changed. The changes in the light of the soul were closely related to the level of the soul. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt his soul tremble violently. A powerful suction directly appeared, directly absorbing all the moonlight within a kilometer of Chu Mu. This caused the entire area to sink into darkness in an instant. In this darkness, Chu Mu only felt that the new power in his Yuan spirit had become extremely powerful. As it emerged, it impacted his Yuan spirit from top to bottom. The black iron Yuan spirit's light rapidly transformed. Bronze color spread out, and the bronze Yuan spirit's light replaced the original black iron Yuan spirit's light. Chu Mu's soul had successfully advanced from a level 3 soul to a level 4 soul. The advancement of his soul made the power of Chu Mu's soul even more powerful. His thoughts also became clearer. In that instant, he actually felt like he had grasped a part of the world. It was as if he could dominate everything as long as he wanted to. Of course, this was an illusion. However, his soul had indeed become much more powerful after reaching the initial level of a level 4 soul. Chapter 16:23. The bright moon hung high in the sky with few stars. Chu Mu sat at the peak of the sect leader's peak. Above his head was a bright moon, emitting pure light that scattered across the land. The entire mountain gate of the true sword sect was bathed in the faint moonlight. It was tranquil. The mountain gate was still guarded by 4 Nirvana realm disciples. For cultivators, not sleeping for a day or 2 was not a problem. Within the mountain gate, there were also disciples on night patrol. This was the rule of the sect. Most of the disciples had rested. The path of cultivation was about the combination of strength and vigor. Necessary rest was a must, but there were also some disciples who were still working hard. Puppet Cave, Element Gathering Tower, Refining Heart Valley, Wild Battle Hall, and other sacred cultivation grounds were still filled with disciples. The Great Element Gathering Formation was constantly in operation, greatly increasing the cultivation efficiency of each disciple. At the peak, Chu Mu was absorbing the moonlight to assist in tempering the soul-splitting wheel. He realized that doing so would increase his tempering efficiency of the soul-splitting wheel by several times. Now he had 3 soul-splitting wheels, each of which had reached the peak of the 3rd level and was extremely powerful. Chu Mu focused his strength on tempering one of them, causing it to evolve into a 4th level soul-splitting wheel. At that time, Chu Mu would have the ability to threaten a 7-star saint-level contender. Time flew by. The sky brightened and darkened again. Light and darkness alternated, and the sun and moon rotated. Day after day passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. A flying ship entered the territory of the Kanglin dynasty and flew toward the true sword sect at an extremely fast speed. There weren't many people in this flying ship, but every one of them was extremely powerful. It was very shocking. A few days later, this flying ship arrived outside the mountain gate of the true sword sect, intending to enter the true sword sect directly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of piercing sounds rang out. Merlin and the other 2 soared into the sky and intercepted the flying ship. "Who's there? Come out," Merlin shouted. Currently, Merlin was still a 5-star Grand Sword Saint. Previously, he was a middle-level 5-star Grand Sword Saint. Now, he was a high-level 5-star Grand Sword Saint. Moreover, his swordsmanship was much more powerful than before. Compared to before, his abilities had increased by at least 10 times. An ordinary peak 5-star Grand Sword Saint would not necessarily be a match for him. The flying ship stopped and the door opened. Figures flew out one after another, exuding an incomparably tyrannical force fluctuation. They did not conceal their auras as they spread out in all directions. Merlin and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell from the sky. The faces of the disciples within the mountain changed drastically as well. Feeling the powerful aura sweep past them, their bodies trembled and they were unable to move. This was the aura of a 7-star martial saint. Roar! Suddenly, 2 roars rang out from the depths of the true sword sect. The roars were vigorous, and their momentum shook the heavens and earth. Their auras soared into the sky, bringing with them an ancient aura. Incomparably powerful auras were contained within the 2 roars. The disciples did not feel much. They only felt that the 2 roars were very loud. After the roars, the powerful auras that crushed their bodies disappeared. The 7-star martial saints who had emitted their auras were all horrified. They hurriedly retracted their auras. I'm the leader of the Royal Sword Sect. I've been specially invited by Sect Leader Chu. One of them spoke. I'm the leader of the Gazing Sword Sect. The second person spoke. I'm the Grand Elder of the Star Sword Sect. The third person spoke loudly. Behind them stood 3 six-star martial saints at the peak of the 6-star martial saints. They were the elders of the 3 major sections. There were a total of 6 people from the 3 sects of the Cloud region. Compared to the previous large group of more than a dozen people, there were much fewer people. However, their strength was countless times stronger. Under normal circumstances, just the 3 7-star martial saints alone were enough to crush the True Sword Sect. However, the current True Sword Sect was not simple. Once the 8-phase Heavenlock formation was activated, the 3 of them would be killed instantly. Alternatively, the Icefire 2-headed WRM could also kill the 3 of them. Alternatively, Chu Mu could equip the Heavenly Puppet to kill them. In short, there was more than one way to get rid of these people. The sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Merlin said, "Follow me." After their flying ship entered the Kanglin dynasty, the True Sword Sect quickly received news of their arrival. The 6 of them followed Sword Saint Merlin to the main hall of the sect. Sect leader, it seems that the True Sword Sect has undergone some changes in the past 2 months. One of the 6-star martial saints at the peak said, "That's right. I remember that 2 months ago, the True Sword Sect's Yuan Qi was incomparable to now. Now it's doubled." The second 6-star martial saint at the peak said, "That's a good thing. The Yuan Qi in the True Sword Sect is even better than in our Star Sword Sect. When the time comes, we can use this place as our cultivation ground." The third 6-star martial saint at the peak said. The moment they spoke, the 6 of them entered the main hall. Chu Mu sat on the sect leader's seat in the main hall, looking down at them from above. In an instant, several gazes fell on Chu Mu's face. Their gazes were as sharp as swords, as if they wanted to pierce through him. Unfortunately, Chu Mu, who possessed a 4th-level soul, was not someone they could see through. Apart from his early second sky of Wangu cultivation, they could not see through him. The 3 sects had done their research on the True Sword Sect and Chu Mu. Therefore, when they saw Chu Mu, the 7-star martial saints of the 3 sects were not surprised at all. "Sect Leader Chu, I'm the sect leader of the Royal Sword Sect. I'm the sect leader of the Gazing Sword Sect. I'm the Grand Elder of the Star Sword Sect." Everyone has agreed to this sect's suggestion. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now." The sect leader of the Royal Sword Sect said, "The few of us are all disciples of the True God Sword Sect, and I'm afraid that Sect Leader Chu has obtained some inheritance from the True God Sword Sect. Shouldn't you greet us as juniors?" This seemed to make some sense. They were all disciples of the True God Sword Sect back then, and Chu Mu was a junior. It seemed that he should greet them as a junior. However, if he did so, Chu Mu's status would immediately be lower than theirs. "Have you all come with the identity of a True God Sword Sect disciple? Or have you all come with the identity of a sect master or great elder?" Chu Mu asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. The meaning of this was different. If they said that they were here as disciples of the True God Sword Sect, they would not be able to achieve their goal. Let's not talk about this first. Sect Leader Chu's suggestion is indeed good. We all agree, but we still have some doubts. The sect leader of the Gazing Sword Sect said, "As far as we know, the True God Sword Sect has a powerful puppet array. It's said that it's comparable to an 8-star saint expert." Hearing the other party's words, Chu Mu knew what he meant. "Don't worry. In this battle, I won't use any puppet array, nor will I let my sect's guardian spiritual beast fight." Chu Mu said, "Oh, then who does Sect Leader Chu plan to send out?" The Grand Elder of the Star Sword Sect asked. "The 3 of you should be the top experts in your respective sects, right?" Chu Mu glanced at the 3 7-star saints and ignored the 3 6-star saints at the peak. If that's the case, let's have a 3-round battle. 2 wins out of 3. My sect will send out 3 people to fight the 3 of you. 3 rounds? Chu Mu's attitude surprised the other party. Then he looked at the sect leader of the sword sect and said, Sect leader Chu, as far as we know, other than the puppet array, the true god sword sect also has 4 strange armors. Since you know about the 4 armors of my sect, you must know what the 4 armors look like. Chu Mu said. The 3 of them nodded. That's right, they did know. The appearance of the 4 armors had been spread out long ago. It was very easy to recognize them. One was silver and gold and used 2 swords. One was pure silver and used silver swords. One was tall and brown and used a large sword. One was red and used a long sword. I promise that I won't use the puppet array, the sect guardian spirit beast, or the 4 sets of armor. Chu Mu said in a very calm tone, I've already agreed to such a big request. Sect leaders, you won't use things that don't belong to you. It was best to make things clear first, so as to avoid any disputes later and waste energy. All right, since sect leader Chu is so straightforward, we'll make a promise as well. We'll only use our own strength in this battle. The sect leaders and grand elders of the 3 sects had already discussed this on their way here. They feared the true sword sect's puppet array and the 4 strange armors very much, but they also wanted to obtain them. As long as they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to strengthen their sections. The 3 sects had banded together to target the true sword sect and take it down. Moreover, they had the reason of being the descendants of the true god sword sect, so it was perfectly justifiable. Although they felt that it was rather inappropriate for the sect leader of the true sword sect to be so straightforward, they still chose to believe in themselves due to their confidence in their own strength. This battle will affect the fates of our 4 sects, Chu Mu said. You can't go back on your word. Everyone, swear on your way of the sword. If they swore on their way of the sword, their way of the sword would be hindered in the future, and they would be unable to progress any further. Their inner demons would develop, and they would end up in an extremely miserable state. As a result, swearing on one's way of the sword was an extremely formal and sacred matter. Naturally, the sect leaders and grand elders of the 3 sects were of the same mind. They were afraid that the true sword sect would go back on their word when the time came. When they heard Chu Mu's words, they agreed wholeheartedly. Within the main hall of the true sword sect, the 4 authoritative figures of the 4 sects all swore on their way of the sword. They mentioned that the battle between the true sword sect and the 3 sects would decide whether the true sword sect would be disbanded and join the Star Sword sect, or whether the King Sword sect, Gazing Sword sect, and Star Sword sect would join the True Sword sect and become branches of the True Sword sect. The 4 of them were solemn as they swore. The divine sound of the way of the sword permeated the surroundings. Thunder boomed in the sky, flashing past. The moment that would decide the fates of the 4 sects had arrived. Chapter 16:24. In the main hall of the sect, Chu Mu, the Grand Elder of the Star Sword sect, the Sect Master of the Royal Sword sect, and the Sect Master of the Gazing Sword sect each swore on their own sword Tao. Sect Master Chu, since we've already swore, we can begin now. The Sect Master of the Royal Sword sect smiled. The 3 of them were confident of victory. From what they knew, the True Sword sect relied on a 7-star saint level and an 8-star saint level puppet formation. Apart from that, there were also 4 strange armors that contained great power. Now that the puppet array and the armors couldn't be used, what ability did the True Sword sect have to fight against them? Perhaps the sect master of the True Sword sect was so confident because he must have a trump card. However, they also believed that the other party's trump card couldn't contend against the 3 of them. The True Sword sect would soon be reduced to a meal on the plate of the 3 sections. Then let's begin. Chu Mu said, This place isn't suitable for battle. Everyone follow me." With that, Chu flew out of the main hall and towards the sect master's peak. There was a flat ground at the peak that had been carved out. It was very flat and wide. Usually it was the place where Chu practiced his sword. Two people had arrived earlier than Chu and the others and were discussing something. Sect master. Seeing Chu arrival, the old man hurriedly greeted Chu with a sword salute. Sect master. The other middle-aged man also greeted Chu with a sword salute. Grand Elder, Guest Elder Xia. Chu greeted. That's right, this old man was the Grand Elder who had been in seclusion in the profound Yang Sword Hall. Half a month ago, he finally broke through to the 6-star saint level and became a 7-star saint level expert. From then on, he stepped into the high-level saint level expert. This also meant that the true sword sect had truly become a second-rate force. The other person was the radiant sword sage, Xia. After leaving the last time, he heard the news of the true sword sect and the Battle King sect and rushed over. He arrived 5 days ago. The Great Elder was a 7-star saint, while Xia was a 7-star saint at the peak. The Grand Elder's breakthrough was within Chu expectations, as he would often visit and feel it. Especially after Chu primordial spirit reached grade 4. He could feel it more clearly and roughly knew when the Grand Elder would break through. As for Xia arrival, it was a surprise. If Xia hadn't come, Chu would have used some of his trump cards to take down the 3 sections. But since Xia had come, Chu would let him fight. The 2 sect leaders and the Great Elder of the Star Sword sect landed after them. When they saw the Great Elder of the true sword sect, they were shocked. According to their intelligence, the true sword sect did not have a 7-star saint expert. When they took a closer look, they realized that the Great Elder had just broken through. He had just broken through to 7-star saint level and had yet to consolidate his strength. Although they were all 7-star saint level beginner, how could he be a match for them? The 3 of them had been in 7-star saint level beginner for dozens of years. They were already very familiar with their own strength and could control it with ease. Then they looked at the other person, Xia, and their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't sense his cultivation level, but they felt that they couldn't fight against him. He was definitely stronger than the 3 of them. Patriarch Chu, don't you think you're going overboard? Said the sect leader of the Royal Sword sect. Why do you say that? Asked Chu. I don't think he has anything to do with the true sword sect, said the sect leader of the Royal Sword sect, pointing at Xia. You're wrong. He was a guest elder of the true sword sect a few years ago, said Chu. The 3 of them were stunned. A guest elder was also a part of the sect. It was understandable that he would fight. All right, since he's a guest elder, there's one thing that needs to be made clear. The true sword sect and the 3 of us are all sword cultivation sections. It's not a game to decide the fate of the 4 sections. We can't be careless. It's not something that can be done casually, said the sect leader of the Royal Sword sect. Although he said it vaguely, everyone understood what he meant. My name is Xia, said Xia coolly. Xia. The 3 of them were stunned. Then they seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. Light Sword Saint, said the first elder of the Star Sword sect in a trembling voice. He was confused. That's me, said Xia coolly. The 3 of them shuddered. Xia, the Light Sword Saint, was a peak 7-star martial saint. He was very powerful and had killed an 8-star martial saint before. He was not someone that the 3 of them could fight against. Guest Elder Xia is a sword saint, not an ordinary martial saint. You don't have any objections, right? Chu said with a smile. The 3 of them turned pale. You've been making requests since the beginning. Don't you think it's too much? Chu said coldly. The 3 of them were stunned. That's right. From the very beginning, it seemed like they were the ones who had been asking for this and that. Don't worry. Guest Elder Xia will only fight against one of you. Chu Mu said again with a hint of contempt in his voice. The three of them turned red, but they could not refute him. They were indeed worried that Xia Jinkong would be able to defeat the three of them by himself. Now that they heard Chu Mu's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Jinkong is extremely strong. None of us is a match for him. However, this battle is 3 versus 3. It's a best-of-3 battle. As long as we win the other 2 battles, we'll be the winners, said the great elder of the Star Sword sect, using telepathy. I'll fight against Xia Jinkong, said the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. The leader of the Royal Sword sect said, among the 3 of them he was the weakest, but he was not that weak. Sect leader Chu, if it's a 3-on-3 battle, who's the third one? Asked the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. Me, said Chu Mu. You. The 3 of them were shocked. It's me. Chu Mu smiled. All right, this is the real sword sect. As guests, you can choose your opponents first. We'll win for sure. The sect leader of the Star Sword sect was delighted. The third person was Chu Mu, an early second sky of the ancient era. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against a 7-star martial saint. The first battle, I challenge Xia Jinkong, said the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. Said the patriarch of the Royal Sword sect. He didn't wait for Xia Jinkong to say anything and immediately added, I can't defeat Xia Jinkong, so I admit defeat. Congratulations, Patriarch Chu, you've won the first round. You guys really are shameless to the extreme. I'm now very suspicious of whether you guys are true God Sword sect disciples. Chu Mu said neither slowly nor quickly. Even if we are, I'm afraid you're disciples who ran away and pretended to be on a mission, said the Grand Elder. Chu Mu and the Great Elder's words caused the other 3's faces to turn the color of pig liver. You know you can't win, but you still want to fight. That's just a brainless act, said the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. Chu Mu smiled and ignored him. The first battle is over. Let's start the second battle. I choose him. The sect leader of the Star Sword sect pointed at the Grand Elder of the Real Sword sect. This was expected. Chu Mu and the others backed off, giving the stage to the Great Elder and Gazing Sword sect's sect master. Chu Mu knew that the Grand Elder wouldn't be a match for the Saint Sword sect. After all, he had just broken through and hadn't fully grasped his strength. The Saint Sword sect, on the other hand, had been at the 7-star martial saint level for dozens of years. The Grand Elder wouldn't be able to defeat the Saint Sword sect unless he was a peerless genius. However, he wasn't. He was lucky to be able to break through to the 7-star martial saint level. I inherited the mountain-gazing sword cannon of the Real God Sword sect, said the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. Back then, I was just an official disciple of the Real God Sword sect, said the Grand Elder. When he heard the sect leader's words, he realized that the sect leader of the Real God Sword sect was a core disciple. Only core disciples were qualified to cultivate the mountain-gazing sword cannon, Boang sword cannon, Flying Star sword cannon, and so on. If it was in the past, the Grand Elder would be very excited. However, he didn't feel excited at all now. The person in front of him was a good training target. He could help him better grasp his current strength. As for whether he would win or lose, the sect leader had already told him before. He just needed to do his best in the battle. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, the Grand Elder held a sword in his hand. It was sharp and unstoppable. It was an aura that made people's expressions change. Even though the first elder's sword intent was only an ordinary sword intent, his sword intent became extremely pure under this indomitable aura. When he attacked, his sword was like a meteor. It streaked across the sky and attacked the sect leader of the Star Sword sect. Mountain-gazing peak. The sect leader of the Star Sword sect shouted and waved his sword. The sword light instantly turned into a huge illusory mountain and attacked the Grand Elder. Chu Mu and the others watched the battle between the two. This was also Chu Mu's first time looking at the mountain-gazing sword cannon of the Real God Sword sect. After observing, he realized that the sword moves of the mountain-gazing sword cannon were indeed very strong. However, they couldn't be compared to the sword techniques on the forest of thousand sword steels. After all, those sword techniques were the essence created by the experts of the Real God Sword Sect after cultivating the mountain-gazing sword cannon and combining their many years of experience and comprehension. The sect leader of the Star Sword Sect had immersed himself in the mountain-gazing sword cannon for thousands of years. He was extremely proficient and had completely comprehended the essence. Furthermore, he had created a sword technique that was more suitable for him on the basis of the mountain-gazing sword cannon. Under the sword of the sect leader of the Star Sword Sect, the Grand Elder could only defend and dodge very quickly. Without any distracting thoughts, the Grand Elder fully mobilized every bit of strength in his body. He constantly defended and dodged, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Under immense pressure, the Grand Elder quickly grasped the strength that he hadn't fully grasped and used it freely. Chapter 16:25. Just like what Chu-Mu had expected, the Great Elder was no match for Chu-Mu. The Great Elder was defeated after barely resisting for less than a quarter of an hour. However, the Great Elder's gains weren't small. This struggle of less than a quarter of an hour was better than half a year's worth of bitter training. His control over his own strength had deepened. However, it was still not enough. He still needed to put in more effort before he could completely control the power of a 7-star martial saint and fully unleash it. Sect leader, I have lost. The Great Elder walked to Chu-Mu and said apologetically. Although Chu-Mu had said it before, he still felt bad about losing. It's okay. Chu-Mu said, Sect leader Chu, we have 1 win and 1 loss now. The Great Elder of Star Sword Sect laughed. It was as if the mountain that was pressing on him had disappeared. He felt relaxed and comfortable. Now, only the 2 of us are left. The leaders of the Wong Sword Sect and Wong Sword Sect were also relieved of a heavy burden and smiled joyfully. They were going to win. 2 wins out of 3. The Great Elder of Star Sword Sect could definitely defeat Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu would definitely not be a match for the Great Elder of Star Sword Sect. Sect leader Chu, we are the ones who have come to your sect with requests. I am very sorry about that. The Great Elder of Star Sword Sect looked at Chu-Mu and said apologetically, So, I will let sect leader Chu make the first move. I promise that I will not fight back within 3 moves. The Great Elder of Star Sword Sect said, Xia Jinkong, and the Great Elder showed disdain. You have once again refreshed the definition of shamelessness. Chu-Mu looked at the Great Elder and said seriously. The Great Elder of Star Sword Sect's expression changed, but he did not say anything. 3 moves, right? Take this. Chu-Mu said and waved his finger. Suddenly a sword light shot out. The sword light was condensed, and it was enough to kill a 5-star saint. The difference between a 5-star saint and a 7-star saint was too great. Hence, Chu-Mu's move was completely useless against his opponent. For the second move, Chu-Mu agreed not to use his sword. Instead, he pointed out his sword finger. The extremely condensed sword light turned into a point of starlight and shot out. It was faster and more powerful, but it still couldn't do anything to his opponent. Sect Master Chu, you only have 1 last chance left. The Star Sword Sect's Great Elder casually dodged Chu-Mu's 2 attacks and said, pretending to be a good person, Then take this. The 3rd move. As soon as Chu-Mu's voice fell, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. The eyes of Yangming's primordial spirit in his spiritual world also emitted bright lights. The soul-cracking wheel, which he had refined to level 4, instantly shot out. Although the soul-cracking wheel was a manifestation of the power of the primordial spirit, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only the power of the soul could sense it. The moment the soul-cracking wheel shot out, the Star Sword Sect's Great Elder suddenly felt a chill in his primordial spirit. However, the distance between them was only a few dozen meters. To the soul-cracking wheel, this distance was far too close. He only felt the chill. But before he could react, the soul-cracking wheel had already shot into his spiritual world. The Star Sword Sect's great elder immediately reacted. He knew that Yangming had used a primordial spirit attack. Those who practiced primordial spirit attack secret techniques weren't necessarily practitioners of the way of the primordial spirit. Those who were qualified to be called practitioners of the way of the primordial spirit all had stronger souls and stronger primordial spirits than others. For example, some saint experts with normal power of souls and ordinary primordial spirits could practice primordial spirit secret techniques as long as they met the conditions. For example, very few people knew that the Star Sword Sect's great elder had actually practiced a primordial spirit secret technique as well. It was a defensive primordial spirit secret technique. Although it was only a level 2 defensive primordial spirit secret technique, it allowed his level 4 primordial spirit to have a defensive ability that others didn't have. The Star Sword Sect's great elder was surprised at first, but then he relaxed. This was because he felt that Yangming was only a beginner 2-star saint. No matter how powerful his primordial spirit was, it would probably only be a level 2. Even if he was a practitioner of the way of the primordial spirit, it would at most be a level 3 primordial spirit attack secret technique. A level 3 primordial spirit attack secret technique driven by a level 3 primordial spirit wouldn't be able to harm a level 4 primordial spirit with a level 2 defensive primordial spirit at all. However, before he could be proud of himself, his face became extremely ugly. This was because he could already feel that the primordial spirit attack that had entered his spiritual world wasn't a level 2 or level 3 primordial spirit attack. It was a level 4 primordial spirit attack. Outside of the Star Sword Sect's great elder's bronze primordial spirit, there was a layer of green light that enveloped his entire primordial spirit. It was a level 2 defensive primordial spirit secret technique. A level 2 defensive primordial spirit secret technique couldn't withstand a level 4 soul wheel at all. In that instant, it was like a piece of paper being torn apart by a sharp blade, heading straight for the primordial spirit. The light of the bronze primordial spirit was activated and formed the final layer of defense. It firmly resisted the soul wheel's attack. However, the soul wheel spun at high speed and constantly cut, gradually cutting through the light of the bronze primordial spirit. In the outside world, the Star Sword Sect's great elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It flowed down like a stream. His face was pale and filled with panic. Chu Mu didn't plan on killing him, so he only used the soul wheel to cut through the light of the Star Sword Sect's great elder's bronze primordial spirit defense. It stopped when it approached his primordial spirit. Lose or die, you choose one. Chu Mu opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely calm tone. I admit defeat, the Star Sword Sect's great elder hurriedly said. He knew that as long as Lin Fan willed it, the terrifying black wheel would cut his primordial spirit open. Once his primordial spirit was cut open, it would be a dead end. He didn't want to die. At least, he didn't want to be killed in such a situation. That would undoubtedly be very frustrating. Hearing the Star Sword Sect's great elder's words, the Wang Sword Sect and Wang Sword Sect leaders were both stunned. It was as if their brains had turned stiff and they couldn't react. Lost? Lost just like that? Impossible. This is completely impossible. The other party is merely a 2-star early-stage martial saint. How could he possibly defeat a 7-star early-stage martial saint? In that instant, the Wang Sword Sect and Wang Sword Sect leaders even suspected that the Star Sword Sect had colluded with the real Sword Sect and deliberately set up a trap for them to jump into. However, the two of them were very clear that they didn't. From the beginning, it was the 3 sects who had teamed up to attack the real Sword Sect. Now, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. In that instant, The two of them felt darkness before their eyes. I didn't expect you to be a primordial spirit cultivator. The Star Sword Sect's great elder's face was still pale, and his voice was extremely dry. When the Wong Sword Sect and Wong Sword Sect leaders heard that, they were instantly shocked. They knew very well what it meant to be a primordial spirit cultivator. Then they thought that since Lin Fan could make the Star Sword Sect's great elder admit defeat, didn't that mean that his primordial spirit had at least reached the 4th level? Oh my God! A 2-star beginner saint's primordial spirit had reached the 4th level. What was going on? Xia Jinkong and the True Sword Sect's great elder were also very shocked when they heard the Star Sword Sect's great elder's words. At the same time, after thinking about it, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. 3 battles, 2 out of 3. You all have made a sword oath. I don't think you'll go back on your words, Chumu said with a smile. When Chumu found out about the 3 sects' intentions, he started to think. After sorting out his thoughts, he buried a plan. Of course, this plan wasn't 100% feasible, but the probability of success was at least 70%. As for the 30% probability of failure, it wasn't that Chumu and the others had lost, but that the other sects weren't willing to accept such a battle. Chumu was confident in the True Sword Sect, and obviously the other 3 sects were also very confident in themselves. The clash between confidence and confidence was decided just like that. The 3 of them were all gloomy. That feeling was the gloominess of having their hopes dashed. They felt that everything had become meaningless. If they lost, it meant that they had lost 3 sections. Were they going to deny it? They had made a sword oath. Once they went back on their words, the consequences would be severe. Sect Leader Chu, I need to return to the sect first and report this matter to the sect leader. The Star Sword Sect's great elder said. What about the 2 sect leaders? Chumu looked at the Wong Sword sect leaders and asked, We have to make a trip back too. The 2 sect leaders said, All right, then I'll have to trouble the great elder and guest Elder Xia to go with the 3 of you. Chumu said to the great elder and Xia Jinkong. Although the 3 of them weren't too happy about it, they didn't object. They had already lost. According to the oath, the 3 sects would become branches of the True Sword Sect from now on. In other words, they were vassals. Chumu had the True Sword Sect's great elder and Xia Jinkong's foreign minister go with him, for a reason. It was to supervise and prevent any more changes. Furthermore, he was preparing to accept the surrender of the 3 great sections. If it was only the great elder going alone, Chumu wouldn't be at ease because the great elder was only at the beginning stage of the 7-star saint rank. His strength wasn't strong enough. However, with Xia Jinkong it was different. He was an absolute existence that could kill an 8-star saint rank. Yes, sect leader. The great elder bowed. While he sighed in his heart, he was also overjoyed. The True Sword Sect was really going to develop. It was in the hands of the sect leader. With 3 more sects as branches, the True Sword Sect strength would increase greatly. They would jump from the bottom of the second-rate forces to the middle of the upper-tier forces. Of course, the branches wouldn't truly submit, but the great elder believed that with the sect leader's methods, he would definitely be able to integrate the 3 sects into the True Sword Sect and strengthen the True Sword Sect. Next, the great elder and Xia Jinkong left the True Sword Sect with the 3 of them and headed to the Cloud region. Chapter 16:26. It was a simple battle, but it held extraordinary significance. At the very least, the Royal Sword Sect, Sword Gazing Sect, and Star Sword Sect would become vassals and branches of the True Sword Sect. It was equivalent to the True Sword Sect, increasing in strength. Chumu gathered the elders and had them discuss how best to use the 3 sects to strengthen the True Sword Sect. Right now, the True Sword Sect belonged to the main sect, while the 3 sects belonged to the branches. The resources of the branches should be tilted towards the main sect. Although the elders were not powerful enough to be of much use against the powerful enemies of the sect, they were all experienced in dealing with the affairs of the sect. They shared some of Chu Mu's burdens with him, so he did not have to think too much and had more time to cultivate. The outside world still did not know the outcome of this battle. Unknowingly, the true sword sect had become even more powerful. It would take close to a month to travel from the true sword sect to the 3 sects of the Cloud region, and a round trip would take close to 2 months. Including the time it would take for the Grand Elder and Xia Jinkong to take over the 3 sects, it would probably take even longer. He would just wait here for the good news and hope that nothing untoward happened. Otherwise, the 3 sects would all be destroyed. Perhaps they really were disciples of the true God sword sect that had survived, but whether they had truly survived on a mission or had escaped before the battle was unknown. Although Chu Mu had obtained the legacy of the sword universe and the forest of 10,000 swords, strictly speaking, he was a successor and not a disciple. Even if he was a disciple, he was a generation removed from the sect masters of the 3 sections. There was no friendship between them at all. What Chu Mu needed to do was develop the true sword sect as quickly as possible while its foundation was stable and complete senior by Ling's instructions. 3 soul-splitting wheels hovered around his early class 4 soul spirit, slowly revolving around it. One of the soul-splitting wheels had a deeper color and looked more textured. Its edges were thinner and sharper. It was the only early-stage class 4 soul-splitting wheel in the collection. The other 2 wheels were only at the peak of Class 3. It was even harder to cultivate the 4th level of the Wheel of Soul Rending. Back then, Chu Mu had spent a few years of time in the 100-year secret book to successfully refine the soul-splitting wheel from the 2nd rank to the peak of the 3rd rank. To completely refine the soul-splitting wheel from the peak of the 3rd rank to the beginning of the 4th rank, the amount of time needed wouldn't be any less than before. Finally, he still had to split the soul-splitting wheel, which would take even more time. Chu Mu cultivated continuously, and with the help of the moonlight, he increased the refining efficiency by at least 30%. It took him 2 months to refine one of the soul-cracking wheels from the peak of level 3 to the early stage of level 4. Now, Chu Mu planned to refine the other 2 peak rank 3 soul-splitting wheels to rank 4. At that time, as long as the opponent had a level 4 soul spirit, as long as they did not cultivate a level 4 soul spirit defense secret technique, they would not be able to survive under his 3 soul-splitting wheels. Of course, if it was possible, Chu Mu would continue to refine it. Once he reached the peak of the 4th rank, he would split one of the splitting soul wheels and continue to refine it. However, that would require even more time because he couldn't refine it all the time. Only when there was moonlight would the effects be better. In the boundary monument hall of the profound Yang Sword Hall, 2 figures were flying quickly, crossing each other time and time again. One sword light was bright, while the other sword light was obscure. The bright sword light had a variety of styles. Sometimes it was rapid like a storm, sometimes it was violent like a thunderbolt flame, sometimes it was gentle like a breeze falling leaves, and sometimes it was continuous like a gurgling stream. The obscure sword light only had one style, and that was strange and changeable. The obscure sword light was like a ribbon that twined around the sword, creating a viscous force that caused the space under the sword to form a unique force. It was a force that was filled with a viscous force that clearly hindered the other party's movements. And under that endless sticky force, the obscure sword light was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to move. It carried an astonishing killing intent, and every sword could be fatal. The 2 figures fell into an extremely intense battle, but both sides did not use much strength. They only used a little of the same level of strength to display their respective sword techniques. The bright sword light gradually strengthened and became more and more mysterious. The obscure sword light, which was originally somewhat rough, was also constantly perfected. The 2 sides fought fiercely for another half an hour before stopping and separating. One of them was Chu Mu, and the other was a heavenly puppet, the heavenly puppet that Chu Mu named Chu Tsongfeng. The illusory heavenly puppet Chu Tsongfeng, under the 18 illusory crystals and Shang's spiritual wisdom, had finally derived its own cultivation method and sword technique after a considerable period of time. The newly derived techniques and sword techniques were rather rough, so Chu Mu would fight with Chu Tsongfeng to hone Chu Tsongfeng's techniques and sword techniques. This would allow Chu Tsongfeng's techniques and sword techniques to be perfected quickly, and allow Chu Tsongfeng to quickly grasp its own strength. Once Chu Tsongfeng completely mastered its own strength and perfected its cultivation method and sword technique to a certain extent, it would become a true 7-star saint expert. At that time, the true high-end strength would be further enhanced. The more powerful the high-end strength was, the more stable the sect would be. Naturally, it would also attract more geniuses to join and strengthen the ranks of the disciples. The other 2 heavenly puppets were just beginning to develop spiritual wisdom, and it would take a long time for them to become complete. They also lacked the corresponding energy crystals to activate and transform into their own strength, so they were not useful for the time being. Every day, in addition to cultivation, Chu Mu would fight with Chu Tsongfeng. As Chu Tsongfeng's sword technique was perfected, it was more effective than Chu Mu's solo cultivation of sword technique. Moreover, Chu Mu would also choose a few sword techniques related to the power of illusion from the sword techniques that he had comprehended in the Forest of Thousand Sword Steels, and teach them to Chu Tsongfeng to enrich his knowledge of sword techniques, and also to help improve his own sword technique. Under continuous improvement, Chu Tsongfeng also derived movement techniques and footwork, which were closely related to the power of illusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A guest came to the true sword sect, a guest that Chu Mu did not expect. In the main hall of the sect, "True Sword Marquis," I said that we would meet again. In the main hall of the sect, the visitor squeezed out a smile and said to Chu Mu. However, this person rarely smiled, so the smile he squeezed out looked a little stiff. This person was Huyen Jingting, who had fought with Chu Mu before. Chu Mu would never have thought that Huyen Jingting would come to the true sword sect to look for him. "Young lord, you are here as an honored guest." Chu Mu said, "I will arrange for an elder to accompany you." Chu Mu thought that Huyen Jingting had come to the true sword sect to travel, and he could not personally accompany Huyen Jingting. So he said this. "Sect Master Chu." Huyen Jingting changed the way he addressed Chu Mu. "I am not here to play, but to join the true sword sect and become a member of the true sword sect." Hearing Huyen Jingting's words, Chu Mu was stunned. Could it be that there are some conditions to join the true sword sect? Huyen Jingting asked again. He was very direct. "Sect Master, please tell me. I will definitely do it." His resolute tone revealed his determination to join the true sword sect. "With your talent, you are naturally qualified to become a member of the true sword sect." Chu Mu said. Huyen Jingting's fervent tone and sincere expression showed that he really wanted to become a member of the true sword sect from the bottom of his heart. Huyen Jingting was a 4-star early-stage saint, but he was also an eternal, monstrous genius. His powerful strength allowed him to kill ordinary 6-star early-stage saints. Perhaps Huyen Jingting's current strength was not enough for him to move unhindered, but he already had the qualifications to do so. One day, when he reached the 7-star saint level, his strength would definitely be comparable to a peak 8-star saint. Then, I will be a disciple of the true sword sect from now on. Huyen Jingting's tone was filled with excitement. Huyen Jingting had long known that the true sword sect was a sword cultivation sect. However, he was not moved at all because, as far as he knew, the true sword sect was not strong enough to attract him. However, after meeting Chu Mu, the sect master of the true sword sect, he personally fought with Chu Mu. Not only was he unable to defeat Chu Mu, but he was also defeated by Chu Mu. Chu Mu even pointed out the shortcomings of his sword skills. Huyen Jingting was grateful, but also shocked because Chu Mu's cultivation was far inferior to his. The main reason was that he wanted to join the True Sword sect. From today onwards, you are a member of the True Sword sect. However, the disciples of the True Sword sect are only below the saint level. Those who are at the saint level can either become elders or make other arrangements. Chu Mu said, "First, open up a cave on the sect master's peak." Yes, sect master. Huyen Jingting very well integrated into his role. Chu Mu summoned an elder and explained Huyen Jingting's identity and joining the True Sword sect to the elder. Then he asked the elder to bring Huyen Jingting down to open up his own cave. As for the Profound Yang Sword token to enter the Profound Yang Sword realm, Chu Mu would not give it to him yet. If a sect had enough geniuses, their future would be limitless. Of course, the more geniuses there were, the more resources they would need to consume. After all, the resources a genius needed to cultivate were not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Currently, in the True Sword sect, Chu Mu was the most powerful genius. He was an eternal level monster, and one of the most outstanding among the monsters. Now, there was an additional Huyen Jingting, who was also an eternal level monster. Although he was a normal level monster, it would still raise the level of the True Sword sect's geniuses. Furthermore, Chu Mu had always been considering the future True Sword sect. He would not always be the sect master. He would always need someone trustworthy and capable to be the sect master. Huyen Jingting seemed to be a candidate. Chapter 16:27. Huyen Jingting walked out of the place where the True Sword sect kept their cultivation techniques and sword techniques. His mind was filled with the sword techniques that he had seen. The sword techniques that had been collected were only the less precious parts of the True Sword sect. They couldn't be considered to be very profound. Only a few of them had reached the heaven level. Even if they were placed outside, they would still have an extraordinary value. However, to Huyen Jingting, such a sword technique was nothing. The sword technique that he had cultivated was clearly superior. Therefore, after flipping through them, Huyen Jingting could not help but feel a little disappointed. On second thought, perhaps the true inheritance of the True Sword sect was not placed there. After all, the defensive power there was not strong enough. In other words, the True Sword sect had other places to collect profound books. Although Huyen Jingting really wanted to take a look, he also understood that he had just joined the True Sword sect and did not have the qualifications to do so. He could only calm his heart and cultivate while truly integrating into the True Sword sect and becoming a part of it. In any case, he did not have any abnormal thoughts when he joined the True Sword sect. It was very simple. He just wanted to pursue a higher level of the Sword Tao. That was all. Huyen Jingting's whereabouts would often reach Chu Mu's ears. It seems that he is really sincere in joining the True Sword sect. Chu Mu thought. Chu Mu could see that Huyen Jingting was a person who was obsessed with the Sword Tao. However, he was from the Tsanglan royal family and was a young prince. His status was not inferior to Chu Mu's. If he wanted to join the True Sword sect, it would inevitably arouse Chu Mu's suspicion. Now that he had observed for a period of time, it seemed that the other party did not have any special purpose. Of course, it was still not enough time to make a definite judgment. However, he could make a preliminary estimate. Even so, Chu Mu did not plan to let Huyen Jingting obtain the Profound Yang Sword token and know of the existence of the Profound Yang Sword realm. The current True Sword sect was not strong enough. Every day, he cultivated sword energy, comprehended the sword heaven and earth, and fought with Chu Tsongfeng's sword techniques. When there was moonlight, he cultivated Yuan's spirit secret techniques. Days passed like this. There were no fights. He could feel his cultivation base and strength improving bit by bit. Sometimes Huyen Jingting would come looking for Chu Mu to ask for guidance. Naturally, Chu would not hesitate to fight him at the peak of the sect master's peak. Now, Huyen Jingting was a part of the true sword sect. Although Chu couldn't think of a way to define Huyen Jingting's position, that didn't stop Chu from giving him pointers. A 2-star early-stage martial saint giving pointers to a 4-star early-stage martial saint might sound funny, but it was the truth. In terms of swordsmanship, Huyen Jingting was clearly inferior to Chu. After receiving Chu's guidance, Huyen Jingting's 2 self-created sword techniques had been further perfected, and their might had also increased. A month and a half had passed since Huyen Jingting arrived at the true sword sect. The Great Elder and Xia Jinkong had just returned to the sect. However, when they left, there were only the 2 of them and 6 martial saints from the 3 sections. There were a total of 8 martial saints, but when they returned, there were only 6. Chu didn't find it strange that the 3 leaders of the 3 sects had come. After all, it wasn't a small matter for the 3 sects to be subordinates of the true sword sect. For the 3 sects and the true sword sect, it was a huge matter. Naturally, they had to treat it with care. However, the first envoy of the Battle King sect had left after Chu had let him go. Why would he come to the true sword sect now? Moreover, why would he come with the Great Elder and the others? Chu glanced at him. His face was pale, his eyes were dim, and his aura was chaotic. He knew that he was injured, and very seriously. Patriarch Chu, our Great Elder lost. Our Star Sword sect admits defeat, said the leader of the Star Sword sect to Chu. He was a mid-level 7 martial saint. He was even stronger than the Great Elder. But as the leader of the Star Sword sect, I created the Star Sword sect. I don't want the Star Sword sect to become a branch of the True Sword sect. Do you want to break your sword oath? Asked Chu indifferently. No, I won't break my Great Elder's sword oath. I heard from the Great Elder that Patriarch Chu is a cultivator of the primordial spirit Tao, said the leader of the Star Sword sect. His eyes were shining like stars. Patriarch Chu, please use your primordial spirit Tao to attack me. It was a strange request. Everyone didn't understand. They frowned and looked at the leader of the Star Sword sect. Even the leaders of the King's Sword sect and Gazing Sword sect had the same expression. What do you mean? Asked Chu. I don't want to accept this. So, I need a reason that I can accept, said the leader of the Star Sword sect. His words were easy to understand. He had created the Star Sword sect and put in a lot of effort, but now he had to become a branch of someone else. It was normal for him to be unwilling. But what did he mean? Without thinking too much, Chu used the soul-splitting wheel. The soul-splitting wheel, which had completely stabilized at the early stage of the 4th level, shot into the leader of the Star Sword sect's spiritual world and went straight for his primordial spirit. The leader of the Star Sword sect's primordial spirit was also a 4th level primordial spirit. However, the luster around his primordial spirit was darker than that of the Great Elder of the Star Sword sect. It was close to bronze. It could barely be considered a mid-stage 4th level primordial spirit. What was worth Chu's attention was that outside the leader of the Star Sword sect's primordial spirit, other than the bronze primordial spirit light, there was also a blue luster. The blue luster was like ripples in the sea, but it was fixed in one place and didn't leave. This was a primordial spirit defense secret technique. The blue luster, which was like the sea, protected the leader of the Star Sword sect's primordial spirit. The early stage of the 4th level soul splitting wheel instantly shot toward the leader's primordial spirit. It was extremely fast. In an instant, it entered the sky above the blue luster. The blue luster fluctuated and surged upward like a huge wave, rushing toward the soul-splitting wheel. The soul-splitting wheel's cutting power was only slightly hindered. It broke through the heavy blue waves and continued forward. Level 3 Primordial Spirit Defense Secret Technique. In an instant, Chu Mu determined the level of the opponent's primordial spirit, defense, secret technique. However, a level 3 primordial spirit defense secret technique couldn't withstand the attack of the early stage of the 4th level soul-splitting wheel, especially when it was cutting at high speed. Soon, the soul-splitting wheel broke through the opponent's level 3 primordial spirit defense secret technique and went straight for the primordial spirit. It was blocked by the bronze primordial spirit's light. The defensive power of the bronze primordial spirit's light was even stronger than a level 3 primordial spirit defense secret technique. It instantly blocked Chu Mu's soul-splitting wheel. However, it was only temporary. Under the constant cutting of the soul-splitting wheel, the bronze primordial spirit's light was quickly cut open. In just 2 breaths' time, the soul-splitting wheel arrived in front of the defenseless primordial spirit. Traces of coldness invaded, causing the leader's primordial spirit to tremble. Chu Mu stopped the soul-splitting wheel and didn't cut open the leader's primordial spirit. Then, the soul-splitting wheel quickly retreated and left the leader's spiritual world. It returned to Chu Mu's spiritual world. Sect Leader Chu is indeed a primordial spirit cultivator. The leader of the Star Sword sect had a strange expression on his face. There was excitement and loneliness. The Star Sword sect is willing to become a branch of the True Sword sect. The leader of the Star Sword sect didn't quite understand his attitude. In fact, other than himself, no one else could understand how he felt. However, since the leader of the Star Sword sect had expressed his attitude, he probably wouldn't go back on his words. Hearing the leader of the Star Sword sect's words, the leaders of the King's Sword sect and the Wong Sword sect knew that the situation was set. There was no turning back. Although they didn't want to, they could only accept the fact. They would look for an opportunity to leave later. All right, since that's the case, I'll first invite the 3 sect masters to the side palace to rest. After the sect elders discuss this, we'll discuss the next step. Chu Mu said. He didn't delay or hide anything, directly speaking. The 3 leaders didn't object. They were led to the side hall to rest. Then, Chu Mu looked at the former first envoy of the Battle King sect. Sect leader, I met him on the way back with guest Xia. He was badly injured, so I saved him. The great elder explained. At that time, he didn't know that this person was the first envoy of the Battle King sect. At that time, the great elder was in seclusion and had never seen this person. When he found out later, he regretted saving this person and was about to kill him. But this person said that he wanted to see sect leader Chu. Firstly, he was badly injured, and secondly, Xia Jinkong was there. The elder thought about it and agreed to his request. Sect leader Chu, thank you for not killing me that day. The first envoy of the Battle King sect bowed to Chu Mu to show his respect, but the Battle King sect has a huge background. Battle King sect was wiped out, and I was still alive. That wasn't allowed, so I was hunted down. Hearing the other party's words, Chu Mu understood. Battle King sect belonged to the Imperial Dynasty, and all the envoys came from there. Battle King sect was wiped out, and he was the only one left. He was seen as a traitor and was hunted down. Although the Imperial Dynasty had nurtured him, he had completed many missions for the Imperial Dynasty. After being hunted down, he cut all ties with the Imperial Dynasty. Fortunately, he met the elder this time. Otherwise, he would have most probably died from his injuries. Then, you can heal up in the sect. Chu Mu said. He didn't mention the matter of him staying to join the True Sword sect. He had already mentioned it once and was rejected. If he mentioned it now, it would seem like he was trying to force him to repay him. Sect leader Chu, can the True Sword sect take me in? The former first envoy of the Battle King sect hesitated. He thought about something and added, but if the Imperial Dynasty finds out, it will be really bad for the True Sword sect. Normally, when one heard his second sentence, it would be normal to reject him. However, Chu Mu wouldn't refuse. When True Sword sect destroyed Battle King Gate, they were already at odds with Imperial Court. They were stopped by Kanglan Empire, so it wasn't a big deal for True Sword Sect to take in another person being hunted down by Imperial Court. Chapter 1628. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating everything. White veils covered the mountains and the earth. Chu Mu did not cultivate the moon, hanging moon secret technique. Instead, he was pondering. The leader of the Star Sword Sect had just left. His conversation with Chu Mu allowed Chu Mu to have a deeper understanding of him. According to the leader of the Star Sword Sect, the leaders of the King Sword Sect and Wang Sword Sect were both core disciples of the True God Sword Sect. When the True God Sword Sect was destroyed, the two of them were indeed out on missions. As for himself, he did not go out on missions. Instead, he was chased away by his master to leave behind the legacy of the True God Sword Sect. Compared to the leaders of the King Sword Sect and Wang Sword Sect, the leader of the Star Sword Sect had more burdens. He was also more eager to restore the True God Sword Sect. However, when he started, he realized that it was very difficult. After working hard for more than 1,000 years, the current Star Sword Sect was still very far away from the True God Sword Sect of the past. One must know that when the True God Sword Sect was at its peak, there was a Saint Emperor. Even the True God Sword Sect of the past had several peerless experts. There were nearly 100 high-level Saint experts, thousands of mid-level Saint experts, and countless low-level Saint experts. The current Star Sword Sect only had 2 7-star Saint experts at most. It was very tiring. At every moment, he wanted to develop the Star Sword Sect and strengthen it. He wanted to restore the glory of the True God Sword Sect as much as possible. However, it was very difficult. It was almost impossible. One could imagine the torment and pressure in his heart. The leaders of the King Sword Sect and Wang Sword Sect had the same thoughts. Therefore, the 3 sects formed an alliance with the Star Sword Sect as the leader to gain a foothold in the Cloud region. This time, when they learned of the existence of the True God Sword Sect, they did everything they could to obtain the True God Sword Sect. It was also to strengthen their strength. However, they did not expect that they would not succeed. Instead, they would lose their lives. The leader of the Star Sword Sect came personally. He was indeed unwilling. However, after confirming that Chu Mu was indeed a cultivator of the primordial spirit Tao, he gradually let go of his unwillingness. As long as they could develop better and restore the glory of the True God Sword Sect, he could accept it. From the looks of it, the True Sword Sect seemed more likely. Chu Mu couldn't help but sigh. After bearing the pressure for thousands of years, now that the pressure was gone, he could finally relax. As for himself, he estimated that he would have to continue working hard for a while. At this moment, another person arrived at the peak. Sect Master. The newcomer saluted with 3 swords. Do you have a name? Chu Mu asked. The person who came was the top envoy of Battle King Sect. But Battle King Sect was wiped out and he cut ties with the Imperial Dynasty. Now he was part of True Sword Sect, so he had to have a name. Sect Master. I didn't have a name before, but I've given myself one. My surname is Jian, and I've been practicing the sword my entire life. My name is Jian Quangxing. He said, Jian Quangxing. All right, you'll be called Jian Quangxing. Chu Mu said with a smile. He flicked his finger and sent out 2 streams of wood avatar origin energy into Jian Quangxing's body. Instantly, the wood avatar origin energy spread out and healed Jian Quangxing. Jian Quangxing's injuries were extremely heavy. If it weren't for the great elder's kindness, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long and would have died. When he came to True Sword Sect, his injuries were still very heavy. He was completely relying on his own will to hold on. After that, he took some pills to heal his injuries and stabilized a little. Now that he had received 2 streams of wood avatar origin energy from Chu Mu, he felt his injuries being healed rapidly. However, his injuries were too heavy, enough to kill a 7-star saint. If it weren't for his many years of practicing the sword and his strong will, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Hence, the 2 streams of wood avatar origin energy didn't heal him completely. Instead, he felt much better. At the very least, his injuries were reduced from fatal to ordinary injuries. This was equivalent to pulling someone back from the brink of death. Chu Mu flicked out 2 more streams of wood avatar origin energy. After they were used up, Jian Guangxing's injuries were reduced by a lot. He felt much more relaxed. Go and have a good rest. Let your injuries heal. Chu Mu said, Thank you, sect master. Jian Guangxing was sincerely convinced. The next day, the upper echelons of True Sword Sect and the 3 sect masters gathered in the main hall to discuss important matters. With True Sword Sect as the main sect and the 3 sects as the branches, the development strategy was decided. The 3 sects would copy the 3 great sword manuals and place them in True Sword Sect. In addition, they would also select suitable disciples to cultivate in True Sword Sect. True Sword Sect would also send some disciples to the 3 sects for exchanges. This was the initial development strategy. As time passed, it would gradually deepen. In the end, the 3 sects would be fully integrated into True Sword Sect. The reason why the 3 sects weren't directly integrated into True Sword Sect was that, firstly, it was too hasty and difficult to handle. After all, there were a lot of disciples. Secondly, True Sword Sect's mountain gate wasn't big enough. After discussing the development strategy, Chu Mu announced another matter. That was to establish a True Sword Sect Guard team. This team would be used to protect True Sword Sect safety and be in charge of external expeditions. The members would all be at the Saint rank. This team will be called the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry. They have the ambition to soar to the sky. Chu Mu said, Jian Guangxing will be temporarily the commander of the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry. Merlin Huyen Jingting will be the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry. Long Yi, Wen Fei, the 2 of you have reached the limit of 3-star saints and can break through to 4-star saints. After you succeed, you will also be part of the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry. Chu Mu announced, In the future, if any disciple breaks through to the immemorial realm, the outstanding ones will be part of the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry as quasi-guards. The mediocre ones will be part of the sect's deacons. With this decision, all the saint-level powerhouses in the True Sword Sect, apart from the elders, were assigned a position. Royal Sword Sect, Gazing Sword Sect, and Star Sword Sect will each select 2 6-star saints to join the Soaring Heaven Sword Cavalry as sword cavalry guards. Chu Mu said, Yes, sect leader. The sect leaders of the 3 sects all agreed. Then, Chu Mu appointed another person. Yang Zhen was a 3rd-level deacon of the True Sword Sect. Yun Feng and Yun, who were temporarily appointed as elders by Chu Mu after breaking through to the immemorial realm. However, strictly speaking, with their talent and so on, they were not qualified to be elders. Therefore, they were appointed as deacons. However, they were only 2nd-level deacons, which was higher than 3rd-level deacons. This was because of their contributions to the True Sword Sect. If they could one day break through and become mid-level saints, they would be able to join the sect's elder group. The original 7 supreme elders of the True Sword Sect were the current 7 elders. Among them, the 5th, 6th, and 7th elders were 3-star saints and 2-star saints, respectively. Although their cultivation had increased due to the mysterious Sun Sword World and the primordial spirit cultivation secret technique, and they had all made breakthroughs, it was only small breakthroughs. Therefore, they were also appointed as deacons of the sect. However, because of their contributions to the True Sword Sect, the 3 of them were appointed as 1st-level deacons of the sect. The original 2nd elder was promoted to the 1st elder, the 3rd elder was promoted to the 2nd elder, and the 4th elder was promoted to the 3rd elder. As for the original 1st elder, he became the 1st grand elder of the sect because he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and became a high-level saint. Perhaps being demoted from elder to deacon would make people feel uncomfortable, but all the elders agreed. Chu Mu had not made this decision on his own. Before this, he had already discussed the position of the upper echelons of the true sword sect with the elders. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Only by establishing strict rules and strictly enforcing them would a sect be able to guarantee its longevity after it became strong and prosperous. Otherwise, without rules, no matter how powerful a sect was, it would fall apart and eventually perish. It had to be said that although the elders were not strong enough, they valued the development of the true sword sect more than their own lives. A mere position was nothing. With such elders and such talents, there was no need to worry about the true sword sect's prosperity. The 3 sect masters left and returned to their respective sections. They told the elders of the day's decision and carried out further discussions. Then they chose the elders and disciples to come to the true sword sect to take up a position and cultivate. Within the true sword sect, the newly appointed upper echelons were also announced and further improved. Chu Mu entered the profound Yang sword world and moved a portion of the golden-crowned python condor race out of the profound Yang sword world and into the true sword sect. The remaining portion was left behind to continue the bloodline of the golden-crowned python condor race and continue to reproduce. As soon as it appeared, the golden-crowned python condor king released a powerful aura and soared into the sky. Countless amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi surged and gathered. Like a whirlpool, it spun at high speed and poured into its body. Its aura rose steadily and soared into the sky again. There were countless thunderbolts in the sky, but they were all defeated by the tyrannical golden light. It broke through. The golden-crowned python condor king broke through from the peak of the 6-star saint realm to the early 7-star saint realm. Moreover, its aura was still strong, and it only stopped when it reached the middle 7-star saint realm. The golden-crowned python condor king and the other ancient spiritual beasts had grown up in the profound Yang sword world since they were young. They were restricted, and the highest level they could reach was the peak of the 6-star saint realm. They were not like the great elder who could break through inside. However, the profound Yang sword world could only withstand a breakthrough from the 6-star saint realm to the 7-star saint realm. The breakthrough from the 7-star saint realm to the 8-star saint realm would cause damage to the profound Yang sword world. After all, the profound Yang sword world was not strong enough. The golden-crowned python condor race was restricted, especially the golden-crowned python condor king. Its accumulation was incomparably deep. As soon as it came out, it broke through and reached the middle 7-star saint realm. Immediately, dozens of other 6-star saint realm, 5-star saint realm, and 4-star saint realm golden-crowned python condors also broke through. At least 1 to 2 levels, they became stronger. The disciples of the true sword sect stared blankly at the golden figure hovering in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. They were shocked beyond words. The golden-crowned python condor king became Jian Guangxing's sword mount. Merlin and Huyen Jingting both chose a 6-star saint realm golden-crowned python condor king as their sword mount. As for Long Yi and Wen Fei, they were in seclusion in the profound Yang sword world, beginning to break through to the 4th layer of the Yonic realm. They could only choose their own sword mounts after they broke through. The disciples all knew that the newly created Soaring Cloud sword mount in the sect was a combination of themselves and the golden-crowned python condor king. It was even stronger, and this motivated the disciples even more. Chapter 16:29. Mountains that were hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters high were shrouded in a layer of white mist. Inhaling the white mist would make an ordinary person feel refreshed and live longer. It was the yuan qi of heaven and earth that had been gathered by the energy gathering array. In the white mist-like yuan qi of heaven and earth, there were palaces and caves on the mountain peaks. On the true Sword Peak, Ancient Sword Peak, and other peaks, the disciples practiced their swordsmanship day and night. They fought, sharpened themselves, and strengthened themselves. Sharp screeches tore through the sky like arrows causing the disciples to tremble. It was as if they had been stimulated, and their spirits were 100 times higher. Unknowingly, numerous figures had appeared in the sky, shining with golden light. Under the sunlight, they were extremely dazzling. These golden figures exuded an enormous ancient aura. They were the golden-crowned python eagles. Chu Mu had brought out more than 50 golden-crowned python eagles from the Black Sun Sword World. Among them, more than a dozen were 6-star saints, more than 20 were 5-star saints, and the rest were 4-star saints. Every golden-crowned python eagle had at least broken through a small level and become stronger. Every golden-crowned python eagle had been nourished by the yang qi for many years. Their bodies contained extremely rich yang qi, and their blood was pure yang blood. In short, every golden-crowned python eagle had a pure yang saint body. If he could gain the approval of a golden-crowned python condor, who would be able to cultivate with it and improve with it, then he would be influenced by the pure yang aura of the golden-crowned python condor, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Now, 5 of the golden-crowned python eagles had owners. Wen, Fei, and Long Yi had broken through one after another, becoming 4-star saints and joining the soaring heaven sword cavalry. So far, there were a total of 5 people in the soaring heaven sword cavalry. Jian Quangxing, a 7-star peak saint, was the commander. Under his command were Merlin, a 5-star peak saint, Huyan Jingting, Wen Fei, and Long Yi, 3 4-star beginner saints. Among the 5 of them, Jian Quangxing was the strongest. He was at the peak of the 7-star saint level, but he was able to fight against an 8-star saint level beginner. He was almost on par with an 8-star saint level intermediate. Among the 4 swordsmen, Huyan Jingting was the strongest. Although his cultivation base was lower than Merlin's, Merlin was ranked 3rd. Wen, Fei, and Long Yi were on par with each other. If they cooperated with the golden-crowned python eagle, they would be able to display even more powerful strength. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, but 3, 4, or even 5 times stronger. One day, when the Ling Shao sword cavalry became strong, they would be the protection of the true sword sect. They would be invincible against foreign enemies. Although that day was still far away, people could already see hope. I must become a soaring firmament sword knight. Countless disciples secretly swore as they looked at the figures of the golden-crowned python condors that represented a kind of honor, a symbol of strength. Especially after experiencing the battle between the true sword sect and the warlord sect, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch and be protected. That feeling of powerlessness was almost suffocating. The road to greatness was right in front of them. As long as they worked hard, as long as they fought hard, they could also become strong. They could also fight for the true sword sect and do their part for the prosperity of the true sword sect. After a few months, people from the 3 sects came again. This time, there were dozens of people. 3 7-star saint-level elders would be stationed in the true sword sect and set up a sound transmission magic circle. When there was an important matter, it would be activated to communicate with the 3 sections. Of course, it would consume a lot of energy to activate the sound transmission magic circle once. Therefore, it would only be turned off if there was no urgent matter. In addition to the 3 stationed elders, there were 6 other 7-star saints, 2 from each sect, who joined the Ling Shao sword cavalry. They also chose suitable golden-crowned python condors to become swordsman cavalry and guard the true sword sect together. In this way, the Ling Shao sword cavalry of the true sword sect suddenly changed from 1 commander and 4 guards to 1 commander and 10 guards. Their strength increased greatly. In addition, each sect selected 10 outstanding Nirvana Realm disciples to follow them to the true sword sect to cultivate. In total, there were 39 people from the 3 sections. The 9 7-star saints were neither servile nor overbearing, but they were respectful enough. On the other hand, the 30 Nirvana Realm disciples didn't care. They didn't take the true sword sect seriously at all. even though they had already been warned. This was a kind of belief that was deeply rooted in their hearts. They always felt that their own sect was the best. As for the true sword sect, they had also learned about it before. Although it seemed different from what they knew, it was impossible to change their opinion in a short period of time. Therefore, they felt that coming here to cultivate was just a formality. The elders of the three sects saw this kind of thinking and attitude, but they didn't remind them. There was no need for that. Only by understanding it themselves would they change their opinion and attitude. Patriarch, I think, that since there are three great sects, the number of disciples who didn't die back then shouldn't be limited to just us. There should be even more. Patriarch, why don't you give the order for the disciples of the true God Sword sect to return to the true God Sword sect? As for the original first elder, he was now an elder. He had entered the profound Yang Sword Hall to cultivate in seclusion. He planned to refine a pure Yang saint body. Breaking through from the peak of the 7-star saint realm to the 7-star saint realm had given him a lot of benefits. His saint body had been refined by a third, which was equivalent to shortening the refining effort by dozens of years. Once he had a pure Yang saint body, his strength would be much stronger. An elder was actually equivalent to a supreme elder. At this level, they no longer needed to rack their brains for the development of the sect. They only needed to cultivate wholeheartedly and increase their strength. This was because a sect couldn't always rely on Chumu alone. An elder was equivalent to the true sword sect's reliance. The stronger the elder, the more powerful they could be when facing a strong enemy. At present, the true sword sect's elder group was still very weak. There was only one elder, but it was a good start. You're right, first elder. Chumu nodded and said, Then let's follow first elder's instructions and send it out in the name of the true sword sect. Spread the news as far as possible. I will also ask the Tianyuan Palace and the Kanglin Empire to spread the news as far as possible. Yes, said the first elder. A few days later, the news spread out. Very quickly, it spread throughout the Kanglin Empire and spread outside the Kanglin Empire. Originally, it was just a small matter. But now, the true God Sword sect's banner had been raised. In a remote mountain village in a small domain outside the Kanglin Empire. Usually, it was very difficult for news to reach this place. But this time, with the help of the Kanglin Empire and the Tianyuan Palace, the true sword sect returning order arrived like snow. Finally, it reached this small mountain village. In a simple yet unadorned courtyard sat an old man with white hair and a beard. He had a benevolent appearance, giving people a good impression of him with a single glance. The old man's face was ruddy, and his skin was like that of a baby's. He wore coarse white robes, but he gave off the air of an immortal. His 10 fingers were extremely nimble. As they weaved, a lifelike eagle was completed in his hands. Although it was only made of bamboo, it seemed to come alive. Next, the old man tapped the palm-sized bamboo eagle a few times. With a flap of its wings, the eagle actually took flight, soaring into the sky. True sword sect. Retracting his gaze from the bamboo eagle, the old man looked into the distance. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate thousands of miles. Let me see just how much of the true God Sword sect's glory you've left behind. With that, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared. Only a simple courtyard remained. The bamboo eagle that was still circling in the sky above lost its power and fell. The true God Sword sect has already become history. Somewhere, a blind old man sighed emotionally. His trembling body and hunched back showed that he was only an ordinary person. The true sword sect, the peak of the sect master's peak. Senior, who are you? Chumu looked at the white-robed old man standing in the air before him and asked seriously. Although the white robe seemed extremely simple and coarse, the old man's presence was deep and unfathomable. Chumu knew that this person was an expert, an extremely powerful expert. At the very least, he was more powerful than regular 9-star saints. If an expert like that wanted to harm the true sword sect, he would definitely cause devastating damage to the sect. Of course, Chu Mu would not allow that to happen. He still had trump cards, so Chu Mu was not afraid. So you're the sect master of the true sword sect. You're quite brave, the white-robed old man said with a smile. He descended from the air and landed near Chu Mu. Under the power of his soul, the entire true sword sect was covered by him, so he understood everything. Afterwards, a sliver of surprise flashed across the white-robed old man's face. Oh, not bad. There's actually another miniature world. Chu Mu's expression did not change. It was not surprising that the old man could discover the existence of the profound Yang sword world. Senior, I am the sect master of the true sword sect. You should tell me why you've come, Chu Mu said. If you're a guest, my true sword sect will naturally entertain you. If you're an enemy, is there a supreme expert in the true sword sect? The white-robed old man smiled. Chu Mu only smiled and did not reply. Didn't the true sword sect send out a sect returning order? The white-robed old man changed the topic, immediately causing Chu Mu's breathing to quicken. Back then, in the battle of the true God sword sect, almost everyone died. I was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. I was washed into the sea and was coincidentally saved by someone. In the end, I survived. Hearing the old man's words, Chu Mu understood. So this old man was originally an elder of the true God sword sect. In that battle, the sky turned dark and countless people died. In the end, the true God sword sect was destroyed and only a few disciples survived. As for the elder level, he did not know. Perhaps he was the only one. After that, he spent hundreds of years recuperating and living in seclusion. Now that he knew of the true sword sect returning order, he came to take a look. Chapter 1630. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, and a faint white light shone down on the earth. At the top of the mountain, an old man and a young man sat on the ground. King Sword Sect, Looking Sword Sect, and Star Sword Sect were all created by the remaining disciples of the true God Sword Sect. Chu Mu said, I know about these 3 sections. I went to see them once. The white-robed old man shook his head and said, It's impossible for them to restore the glory of the true God Sword Sect. Chu Mu was silent for a moment. Actually, he did not know if the true God Sword Sect could reach the glory of the true God Sword Sect. He only did his best. Do you know what conditions are needed to become the sect leader of the true God Sword Sect? The white-robed old man asked. The recognition of the sword sect spirit seal. Chu Mu said with a questioning tone. After all, he definitely did not know as much about the true God sword sect as the old man in front of him. That's right. Every generation's sect leader of the true God sword sect needs to obtain the recognition of the sword sect spirit seal. The white-robed old man said. His gaze became deep, as if he had traveled through thousands of years of time and space to return to the true God sword sect. Every generation's sect leader has obtained the recognition of the sword sect spirit seal. They are all extremely talented, and each of them can at least become a peerless expert. As the old man spoke, he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. For him, who had cultivated for thousands of years, this was definitely an unbelievable thing. What did he see? In Chu Mu's hand, a white object had appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a sparkling and translucent luster, and was as gentle as jade. Sword Sect. Spirit Seal. The white-robed old man's tone seemed to be extremely strenuous, yet it was also filled with excitement. After that, with a thought, the Sword Sect's spirit seal fell into his hand. After carefully sensing it, the old man seemed to have gone mad, and his tone was filled with both sorrow and joy. The Sword Sect's spirit seal. It really is the Sword Sect's spirit seal. I've seen the Sword Sect's spirit seal again in my lifetime. Chu Mu could not understand that kind of feeling. The Sword Sect spirit seal had always been the inheritance treasure of the true God sword sect. It was the symbol of the sect master, and also a symbol of the true God sword sect. In the hearts of all the people of the true God sword sect, especially those in the upper echelons, it was supreme. The white-robed old man had been to 3 sects before, but he did not stay. Firstly, he felt that it was impossible for the 3 sects to recreate the glory of the true God sword sect. Secondly, the sect masters of the 3 sects did not obtain the sword sect spirit seal. The second point was the most important factor. That battle back then was incomparably tragic, with countless casualties. The sect master had also died in battle, and the sword sect spirit mark had disappeared along with him. I was lucky enough to survive. I spent a few hundred years recuperating, and when my injuries were almost healed, I immediately set out to search for the sword sect spirit seal. I searched for over 1,000 years, but I found nothing. In the end, I lived in seclusion in a small mountain village. The old man gradually calmed down and said, as if he was reminiscing, I didn't expect the sword sect's spirit seal to be here. All of this is the will of the heavens. As if he was talking to himself, the sword sect's spirit seal flew up and landed in Chumu's hand. The white-robed old man immediately performed 3 sword salutes to Chumu. The 14th elder of the true God sword sect greets the sect master. The white-robed old man's attitude was completely different from his previous casual attitude. There was a kind of respect that came from the bottom of his heart. However, Chumu understood that rather than saying that the old man respected him, it was more accurate to say that he respected the sword sect's spirit seal. He had obtained the recognition of the sword sect's spirit seal and had also obtained the old man's respect and recognition. Whether the old man respected him or the sword sect's spirit seal, there was no difference in Chumu's eyes. He was happy that the true sword sect might have an expert overseeing it. Senior, the true God sword sect has already become history, but the new true sword sect is rising. In the future, it will definitely be able to recreate the glory of the true God sword sect. Chumu said, I implore Senior to stay behind and oversee the true sword sect. The current true sword sect is still too weak. As you wish, sect master, said the white-robed old man. Chumu let out a sigh of relief. The old man had once been an elder of the true sword sect. Now that he was overseeing the true sword sect, the defensive power of the true sword sect would increase even further. May I ask how I should address you, elder? Chumu asked. My surname is Dugu, and my name is Chong, said the white-robed old man. Dugu Chong. May I ask what level of strength you possess, elder? Chumu asked seriously. According to the classification, I should be a supreme expert above 9-star Saint tier and below Saint King, said the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man said. There was no boasting in his tone. Instead, there was a hint of helplessness. Back then, although he was an elder, he was only a 7-star saint. He knew that, although his talent was not bad, reaching 9-star saint was his limit. What he did not expect was that in the battle of the true God sword sect, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death before he was rescued. He spent hundreds of years recovering from his injuries and thousands of years searching for the sword sect spiritual seal. Although he did not find the sword sect spiritual seal, he had some fortuitous encounters and some gains in the process. After that, he retired to a small mountain village and cultivated his body and mind. His cultivation increased, and he unknowingly broke through to the level that he had always dreamed of. However, the true God sword sect had long ceased to exist. All right, from now on, you will be an elder of the true sword sect. You will oversee the true sword sect. Chumu was overjoyed when he heard that. Only a first-rate force would have a supreme expert overseeing it. Now the true sword sect, which could only be considered a second-rate force, had a supreme expert overseeing it. Dugu Chong obeys the sect master's order. The white-robed elder was also very serious as he bowed to the sect master. No need to be so courteous, elder. The safety of the true sword sect will still depend on you in the future, Chu-mu said. This is my duty, Dugachong said with a smile. Dugachong smiled. His mood suddenly improved. When he saw the sword sect's spirit seal, the stone in his heart fell, and he heaved a sigh of relief. And this sect master had obtained the recognition of the sword sect spiritual seal. He must be an amazing person who could definitely lead the true sword sect to become stronger. Chu-mu summoned the elder. His surname was Zhao. The elder looked at Dugachong's face in a daze. Elder Zhao, Dugachong was an elder of the true god sword sect back then, Chu-mu said. Dugu. Elder Zhao sank into his memories. After a dozen breaths, Elder Zhao's body trembled. He stared at Dugachong in disbelief. Could it be Elder Dugachong? That's me, Dugachong said. Zhao Yuanza, an official disciple of the true god sword sect, greets Elder Dugu. Elder Zhao's tears flowed. The true god sword sect has passed. Now is the era of the true sword sect. Dugachong's heart was also very complicated, but he controlled his emotions and said in a low voice. Chu-mu was very happy with Dugachong's arrival. A peerless expert was incomparably useful to the true sword sect. Although Chu-mu had the sword sect spiritual seal, and there were not only peerless experts in the sword sect spiritual seal, but there were also Saint Kings. However, they would only act for Chu-mu once. Otherwise, Chu-mu had planned to let one of them stay in the true sword sect. Now this problem was solved. In this era where Saint Kings didn't appear, a peerless expert was the supreme fighting force. The profound Yang sword realm wasn't strong enough to withstand a peerless expert. Therefore, Dugachong only restrained his aura and entered the profound Yang sword hall to take a look. Chu-mu also brought him to see the sword techniques he had comprehended and written down from the myriad sword steel. If the sword sect spiritual seal was the proof of the sect master, then the myriad sword steel was the foundation of the true god sword sect. Now that both were here, Dugachong had a kind of confidence that the true sword sect would definitely be able to develop and become stronger, and even regain its glory. Soon after, Chu-mu was pleasantly surprised to find that not only did Dugachong have the strength of a peerless expert, but he also had extremely profound attainments in the Tao of puppetry. He even surpassed Chu-mu. Chu-mu and Dugachong had a discussion on the Tao of puppetry. Sect Master, I didn't expect you to have such attainments in the Tao of puppetry. Dugachong was also very surprised. Although Chu-mu's attainments in the Tao of puppetry weren't as good as his, it was still not bad. Furthermore, Chu-mu's understanding of the Tao of puppetry was actually much more complete than his. I obtained the relevant inheritance in the eternal sacred city. Chu-mu smiled and said, however, I don't have the time to study it now. Why don't I hand it over to Grand Elder? As he spoke, Chu-mu transmitted the contents of the Heavenly Ice Secret Manual into Dugachong's mind. At the same time, he also transmitted the cultivation method of the Rainbow Ring. What an exquisite secret manual! The Heavenly Ice Secret Manual, the inheritance of the ancient puppet sect. The more Dugachong read, the more excited he became. His white beard rose up and down, and his eyes were wide open, emitting a strong light. There's actually a level 7 primordial spirit defense secret manual. Only now did he know that this seemingly young sect master actually had such a shocking foundation. Apart from cultivation, Dugachong also liked to study the Tao of puppetry. Unfortunately, the manuals he had on the Tao of puppetry were only ordinary ones. They were scattered and scattered. The reason he could reach his current level of attainment in the Tao of puppetry was the result of thousands of years of research. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Ice Secret Manual, he had even more complete and profound guidance. With his deep accumulation, he would definitely be able to make another huge breakthrough in the Tao of puppetry. Chu-mu was also relieved. Although the puppets in the puppet cave were very difficult to destroy, some damage was inevitable over a long period of time. In the true sword sect, only Chumu knew how to repair the puppets. However, as the sect master, how could he always repair the puppets? Over time, the puppet cave might very well lose its effectiveness. That was no longer the case. Apart from his own cultivation, Dugachong also studied the Tao of puppetry in the true sword sect. He could create more and more powerful puppets, and those puppets might even become the powerful guards of the true sword sect. As for the Rainbow Ring Primordial Spirit Defense Secret Manual, it was a level 7 Primordial Spirit Defense Secret Manual. It was just right for Dugu Chong to cultivate. This was because one of the prerequisites to becoming a peerless expert was to have a level 7 Primordial Spirit. Chapter 1631. Thousands of years ago, the True God Sword Sect had dominated the sea and was viewed as a thorn in the side of the sea race. Although the Heavenly Saint cult was a human force, they also viewed the True God Sword Sect as an enemy. Elder Zhao was an official disciple of the True God Sword Sect back then and didn't know much about it. He thought that the Heavenly Saint cult was the main culprit behind the True God Sword Sect's extermination, but the truth wasn't so. What caused the True God Sword Sect's extermination was an unforeseen event that even Dugu Chong wasn't clear about. That event was a disaster, causing many strong practitioners of the True God Sword Sect to die. Only then did the sea race find an opportunity. After that, the Heavenly Saint cult was just there to take advantage of the situation. Under the incomparably tragic battle back then, there were tens of thousands of people in the True God Sword Sect. Almost all of them died. Occasionally, there were fish that escaped the net, but they couldn't do anything. Dugachong was saved from the brink of death and survived in the end. However, this kind of situation was extremely rare. It might even be that Dugachong was the only one. The others were like the sect masters of the 3 sects who went out to carry out missions or forcefully chased away by their masters, leaving behind sparks. There were also people like Elder Zhao and the other elders who were only official disciples and didn't have the right to participate in that level of battle. They were lucky not to have died. Even if a portion of them didn't die, after thousands of years, there were countless possibilities. Those who died were dead, and those who were crippled were crippled. Thus, several months had passed since the True Sword Sect issued the order to return to the sect. Dugachong had arrived, and another few months had passed since. 2 more saint-level experts had arrived, but they were only at the 5-star saint level. One was called Wave Shift, and the other was called Xingjiu. They were not disciples of the True God Sword Sect, but the descendants of 2 elders of the True God Sword Sect. These 2 people had been taught everything about the True God Sword Sect by their fathers since birth. They were to search for the Sword Sect Spirit Mark, and if they saw someone recognized by the Sword Sect Spirit Mark, they were to assist him, and so on. Now, they had also heard the sect returning order and hurried over. With an attitude of trying after Chumu took out the Sword Sect Spirit Mark, the 2 of them joined the True God Sword Sect. The talents of these 2 people were quite good and could be classified as geniuses. They were able to surpass a small level and defeat strong enemies. Therefore, they were included in the Lingxiao Sword Cavalry and became Sword Cavalry Guards. The number of Sword Cavalry Guards increased from 10 to 12. Another few months had passed, but no one from the True God Sword Sect or related descendants had come. Presumably, it was either too far away, or that was it. However, at least someone had come. It was not bad, especially Dugachong. This peerless expert was enough to protect the True Sword Sect. Of course, the current True Sword Sect was in a peculiar state where it was neither strong nor weak. It could not compare to a super first-rate organization like the Heavenly Yuan Palace, let alone a sacred ground like the Kanglin Empire. However, compared to other first-rate organizations, Dugachong alone was enough to protect the True Sword Sect. Dugachong had studied the Tao of puppetry for thousands of years and had accumulated an extremely deep foundation. After obtaining the Heavenly Python secret manual and comprehending it for a period of time, he had integrated the Tao of puppetry, and his attainments had become even more profound. He was like a strong man who had astonishing strength but did not know how to use it. After receiving systematic training, he had mastered his own strength and could unleash 100% or even 120% of it. With Duga Chong, the puppet cave was further improved. More saint-level puppets were created to cooperate with the puppet formation to guard various parts of the true sword sect. As for the heavenly puppets, they were too precious. Chu Mu could not give them to Dugu Chong to study. If he wanted to study them, they would have to be taken apart. At present, he had 4 heavenly puppets. He had 1 with him. The remaining 3 had already gained sentience. Taking them apart would cause them great damage. Although Dugu Chong wanted to study them, he also knew the difficulty and key points. Therefore, he did not dare to do it. He only studied the Tao of puppetry. He would not touch the heavenly puppets for now. Dugu Chong also planned to choose 1 or 2 disciples who were interested in the Tao of puppetry as his disciples to teach the Tao of puppetry. However, this would require a long period of observation. After nearly a year, the true sword sect had become even stronger. Chu Mu also gave the profound yang sword token to all the soaring firmament sword cavalry, allowing them to enter the profound yang sword world to cultivate. Although Jian Guangxing was a peak 7-star saint expert, he could enter the profound yang sword world to temper his saint body and comprehend secret sword manuals, sword arts, and so on. It would not cause any harm to the profound yang sword world. As for the others, they could make good use of the pure yang qi to cultivate. The 10 esoteric disciples also finally obtained the profound yang sword token. After experiencing the puppet cave and spiritual pool, the 10 of them had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of nirvana. After consolidating for a period of time, they could begin to break through to the eternal realm. Once they succeeded in breaking through to the eternal realm in the profound yang sword world, they would be able to temper their pure yang saint body and become even stronger. What made Chu Mu regretful was that the profound yang sword world he obtained did not have any cultivation method for the pure yang saint body. Otherwise, it would be even better. After nearly a year, Chu Mu's harvest was not small. Dugu Chong was an elder of the true God sword sect and had extraordinary knowledge. Now that he had become a peerless expert, his realm was higher than Chu Mu's. Under his guidance, Chu Mu's self-created sword moves were further perfected. Unfortunately, Elder Dugu Chong's sword force had been at the peak of the 9th level for many years and had not broken through. According to him, the next level of sword force would be even stronger. It was called the sword intent. When Chu Mu heard about it, he was very surprised and also very expectant. The true intent of sword seemed to belong to the same lineage as the true intent of piercing, true intent of slashing, true intent of defense, and true intent of qi that he had comprehended before. However, according to Dugu Chong, the true intent of sword was much harder to comprehend than the other true intents. Dugu Chong had spent thousands of years and still hadn't been able to comprehend it. One of the reasons for this was that his talent in sword Tao was indeed not strong enough. But there was also another reason, and that was that the difficulty of comprehending the true intent of sword was too high. Chu Mu did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend the sword intent. Perhaps it would take a few years, a few decades, or a few centuries. However, at least he knew the next level of sword force. At least it was equivalent to having a goal. Cultivating with a goal was more motivating than cultivating without a goal. Otherwise, without a goal, one would be at a loss. If one was at a loss for a long time, it was inevitable that one would not be able to persevere and give up halfway. During this period of time, Chu Tsongfing constantly battled with Chu Mu and also received Chu Mu's teachings. He was becoming more and more mature and could completely take charge of things on his own. Everything in the true sword sect was on the right track. There was no need for Chu Mu to worry about their safety. It's time to leave. At the top of the sect master's peak, Chumu finished his cultivation and looked at the horizon. It had been a few years since he returned to the True Sword sect. In these few years, the True Sword sect's strength had undergone tremendous changes. Now, even if the Imperial dynasty came for revenge, as long as they did not send too many experts, the True Sword sect had nothing to fear with Dugachong around. Of course, if the Imperial dynasty's war monarch personally came, Dugachong would not be a match for him. However, the Kanglan dynasty would not stand by and do nothing. The True Sword sect could be said to have the ability to protect themselves now. After half a month, the 10 esoteric disciples all successfully broke through to the first sky of the Aeon realm. Naturally, they also became Ling, Shao, Sword, Cavalry Quasi-Guards. The new 10 esoteric disciples were also being selected. Today, Chu Mu, Gu Wankong, Yang Zhantian, and Lian Hongyan left the True Sword sect again. This time, Chu Mu did not know how long it would take for him to return to the True Sword sect, because this time his goal was to find the deep blue god pearl and unlock the secrets of the world. Every time Chu Mu left, he would not hide it. Therefore, whether it was the elders, the sword cavalry, or the disciples, they all knew that their sect master was going to leave again. Every time sect master left and came back, his cultivation would be higher and his strength would be stronger. Therefore, they weren't surprised by Chu Mu's departure. They were still looking forward to the next time sect master came back, just how powerful he would be. On a blue flying ship, there were only 4 people: Chu Mu, Gul Wankong, and Lian Hongyan. The flying ship took off from the True Sword sect and turned into a ray of blue light in the eyes of the elders and disciples. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky as it flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the blue flying ship disappeared into the horizon. Inside the flying ship, Chu Mu, Gul Wankong, and Lian Hongyan were drinking wine. My strength was originally not as good as yours. Now that our cultivation has been pulled apart, the gap is even bigger. Lian Hongyan said bitterly as she drank. In the past few years of cultivating in the True Sword sect, their cultivation had also increased. All of them had reached the mid-stage of the first sky of the Aeon realm. Ordinary first sky of the Aeon realm would need at least 10 years to reach the mid-stage. However, they were talented, and with the help of the profound Yang Sword Palace, they were able to reach the mid-stage in a few years. The increase in cultivation from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Aeon realm wasn't that obvious. However, other than the increase in cultivation, their sword skills and other aspects had also improved significantly. Naturally, they were much stronger. Compared to others, such an improvement should be considered very large. However, compared to Chu Mu, it couldn't compare. The difference was too large. They were both at the early stage of the first sky of the Aeon realm, but Chu Mu was at the early stage of the second sky of the Aeon realm. Not only did the difference not decrease, it actually increased. Furthermore, they were all cultivating, unlike Chu Mu, who had to take care of other aspects as the sect leader. It was no wonder that Lian Hongyan was depressed. It's mainly because of the 100-year secret realm. Chu Mu smiled and said honestly, the 100-year secret realm could be said to be a great opportunity for him. Otherwise, his cultivation would still be at the early stage of the first sky of the Aeon realm. At most, he would be at the peak of the early stage of the Aeon realm. The 100-year secret realm is indeed a magical place. Gul Wankong said, this was an opportunity. Some people could obtain it, while others couldn't. It couldn't be forced. Chapter 1632. Chu Mu, Gul Wankong, and the other 2 walked out of the wind pavilion. This was the ancient heaven domain. The ancient heaven domain was known as the number 1 domain in the deep blue continent. Hence, Chu Mu and the others came to the ancient heaven domain after leaving the True Sword sect. The first thing they did was to gather information. Without a doubt, the wind pavilion was the most suitable place. Chu Mu didn't lack origin pills now. This time, they asked about the deep blue god pearl. However, there were only 18 deep blue god pearls. Chu Mu had 4 of them in his pocket space. The imperial clan had been searching for the deep blue god pearl for many years. It would be a lie if they said they didn't have any. Maybe they had a few, maybe even more than Chu Mu. The other deep blue god pearls might be in the hands of others or in some secret place. Although the Wind Pavilion was well informed, they weren't omniscient. They didn't get any information about the deep blue god pearl. However, they got 2 other pieces of information. The first piece of information was about the emergence of a new power after Chu Mu and the others left the ancient heaven domain. In a big domain like the ancient heaven domain, there were powers disappearing and new powers appearing every day. It wasn't strange for a new power to appear. Unless the guest had a special request, the Wind Pavilion wouldn't pay attention to it. However, this new force was different. Although it wasn't very strong, it was very outstanding. This was because this new force wasn't formed by a sect or a family, but an alliance. Secondly, in this force, every member was a sword saint. Lastly, every sword saint was extraordinary. According to the standard of geniuses, every one of them was at least a yellow grade genius. Although yellow grade geniuses were the lowest in the entire genius system, they were still geniuses. They were better than ordinary cultivators. One had to know that there might not even be one yellow grade genius among hundreds of cultivators. This new power didn't have many members. There were only 30 or so of them. The highest cultivation base was at the early stage of the 3rd sky of the immemorial realm. The lowest cultivation base was at the early stage of the 1st sky of the immemorial realm. How could a force formed by a group of genius sword saints not attract the attention of others? Moreover, this force was rather high profile, which made it easier for them to attract attention. In addition, many first-rate and super first-rate forces had extended olive branches to them, wanting to recruit them into their respective forces. They had promised them great things, but they did not. This made this force even more famous. Originally, although such a force had become famous, Chu Mu and the others would not pay too much attention to it. However, when they heard the name of this new force, they had the idea to investigate it. I estimate that very few people will survive after entering the deep blue world. A 1-star high-level sword saint said. That's right. Otherwise, our sword alliance wouldn't only have over 30 people after a few years. Another advanced 1-star sword saint chimed in. Other than the 2 of them, there were 3 other people present. They were all 1-star sword saints. Do you guys think that the famous Chu Mu from a few years ago is the same person as the number 1 on the Heaven Youth leaderboard, Chu Mu? The world was so big and there were so many people. It was not surprising for people with the same name to have the same surname. If they continued investigating, they might be able to find hundreds or thousands of Chu Mu in the deep blue world. It was normal to have the same surname and name. Although the probability of having the same surname and talent was low, it was still possible. Therefore, they did not know if the legendary genius Chu Mu was the Chu Mu that they knew. They did not know if it was him or not. If it was him and he joined the Sword Alliance, the Sword Alliance would become stronger. Ancient God, Sword Alliance. It sounds familiar, said Lian Hongyan. I wonder if it's them, said Yang Zhantian. They were referring to the human swordsmen who came from the ancient God realm. At that time, there were so many talented Nirvana realm cultivators who entered the deep blue world. Most of them died in the spatial passage storm. Some of them were killed by the native experts of the deep blue world. No one knew how many of them survived. This new force was called the Ancient God Sword Alliance. The 2 words, Ancient God, made them think of the ancient God realm. The 2 words, Sword Alliance, also made them think because the human cultivators of the ancient God realm were all sword cultivators. The meaning of the 2 words, Ancient God Sword Alliance, extended to the Sword Cultivator Alliance of the ancient God realm. Of course, this was only the association of Chu Mu and the other 3. They still needed to find out whether it was true or not. Perhaps it was just the meaning was similar. According to the information from the Wind Whisper Tower, the Ancient God Sword Alliance only had one location, which was in Tianxiang City. Chu Mu and the other 3 rushed into Tianxiang City and soon arrived at the Ancient God Sword Alliance's encampment. The location was beside the main road. It was a 5-story building. A huge plaque was erected with the words, Ancient God Sword Alliance. It could be seen from afar. It was clear and eye-catching, as if it couldn't wait for others to know about it. Chu Mu and the other 3 were speechless. If it were them, they wouldn't be so high-profile. One could tell a person's character from their actions. If this encampment was decided by a person, it meant that that person's character was more flamboyant. This thought flashed across their mind. This had nothing to do with Chu Mu and the others. They were just here to confirm the origin of the Ancient God Sword Alliance. The door of the Ancient God Sword Alliance was open. Chu Mu and the other 3 walked in. Immediately, someone came to greet them. It was a low-level Nirvana realm sword cultivator dressed like a servant. May I know why the 4 of you have come to the Ancient God Sword Alliance? Although the servant's cultivation wasn't high, he wasn't afraid in front of Chu Mu and the others. Instead, he asked directly, "Is the Alliance Master of the Sword Alliance here?" Chu Mu asked, "The Alliance Master is out for some matters and hasn't returned yet." The servant replied, "However, the Vice Alliance Master is here. Can you inform the Vice Alliance Master that the 4 of us are here to visit?" Chu Mu asked. "Seniors, please wait for a moment," the green-robed servant said before retreating. Not long after, a person came down from downstairs. The fluctuating aura let Chu Mu and the others know that this was a martial saint expert. However, he was only a 1-star martial saint. When the 1-star martial saint expert saw Chu Mu and the other 3, he was stunned. You. The other party stuttered. When Chu Mu saw the other party, he suddenly felt that the other party looked familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. He knew that he definitely hadn't seen him in the deep blue world. Memories flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and many faces flashed by. The development of a cultivator's brain exceeded that of an ordinary person. Their memory was even more powerful. The stronger the soul of a cultivator, the more outstanding they would be in this aspect. Especially for someone like Chu Mu, he was even more powerful than other cultivators. In his memory, the scene finally froze. Chu Mu also knew who the other party was. One of the people on the Tianqing leaderboard. He even remembered the last place. Chu Mu remembered. Gu Luankong also remembered. Then, Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyun also remembered. The 4 of them couldn't help but exchange glances. It seemed that the Ancient God Sword Alliance was really, "You're all still alive. That's great." This person's tone was very excited. Back then, he participated in the Tianqing Leaderboard Supreme Seat Challenge and ended up in the 38th Supreme Seat. He was extremely talented and powerful. He was a true genius. In the deep blue world, he was the standard of a peerless genius. He was lucky to enter the deep blue world and didn't die under the pursuit. Instead, he had a fortuitous encounter under the protection of the Tianqing Leaderboard's providence. His cultivation had increased, and his strength had become even stronger. The providence of the Tianqing Leaderboard was indeed very good and could protect them. However, it wasn't absolute. The higher the ranking, the greater the protection. Therefore, those geniuses on the Tianqing Leaderboard had a higher chance of survival if they were ranked at the top. Those ranked at the bottom had a lower chance of survival. Chu Mu also didn't know if the first Shensi of the Heavenly Sword Hall had also survived. After a few exchanges, Chu Mu and the other 3 finally confirmed that the Ancient God Sword Alliance was indeed the Sword Cultivator Alliance of the Ancient God World. There were more than 30 members, and all of them were human swordsmen from the Ancient God World. However, there were only 2 people on the Tianqing leaderboard. One was the 38th Supreme Seat Su Yingqing, and the other was the 42nd Supreme Seat, Gu. De Su Ingqing sounded very excited. Chu Mu was the first Supreme Seat on the Tianqing leaderboard. Gu Wankong was the second Supreme Seat. Yang Zhantian was the third Supreme Seat, and Lian Hongyan was the seventh Supreme Seat. Although his cultivation base had reached the early stage of the first sky of the Aeon due to a fortuitous encounter, which was quite close to the three of them, and his strength had increased greatly, he didn't have the confidence to fight against any of them. This difference had already been decided back then. Towards Chu Mu and the other three, Su Ingqing only had admiration in his heart, especially towards Chu Mu. He even had a feeling of worship. Therefore, when he saw them recently, he was so excited. Under Su Ingqing's lead, Chu Mu and the other three arrived at the second floor of the Ancient God Sword Alliance building. This was the place where the members of the Ancient God Sword Alliance usually gathered. The members of the Ancient God Sword Alliance were basically all present on the second floor. Deputy Alliance Leader, everyone, we have new companions again, Su Ingqing announced excitedly as soon as he arrived. Come, everyone, take a look at who they are. They are definitely people you will not expect. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Mu and the other three. Chu Mu, Gu Wankong, you are Yang Zhantian. You are Lian Hongyan. Gu stood up with a look of disbelief on his face. All the geniuses on the Tianqing leaderboard admired Chu Mu. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would feel excited when they saw them. However, the others didn't look excited. They were just a little surprised. At this moment, one of the people sitting at the head of the table stood up and laughed. I didn't expect our Sword Alliance to attract the top 10 geniuses on the Tianqing leaderboard. Welcome, welcome. I welcome you all on behalf of the Alliance Leader. I believe the Alliance Leader will be very happy to see you all when he returns. Chapter 1633. The vice leader of the Ancient God Sword Alliance was called Xing Liang. He was at the early third sky of the Ancient God Sword Alliance. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest, followed by the other three, who were at the peak second sky of the Ancient God Sword Alliance. Before entering the deep blue world, Xing Liang's cultivation base was already at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. After entering the deep blue world, he had a fortuitous encounter and successfully broke through to the eternal realm. Not only did his cultivation base break through, but his aptitude also improved. At first, Xing Liang was just sizing up Chu Mu and the other three. After seeing their cultivation levels, he became more enthusiastic. One by one, he introduced Chu Mu and the other three to the alliance members present so they could get to know each other. They were all swordsmen from the ancient god world. Although they didn't know each other before, they were still from the same hometown. After the introductions, they quickly became familiar with each other. The Ancient God Sword Alliance was established by the Alliance Leader and me. Xing Liang said, "The Alliance Leader is called Yang Fan. His cultivation level is the same as mine, but he is stronger than me. After entering the deep blue world, we had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the ancient god realm. After that, our cultivation levels increased rapidly. However, we didn't forget our purpose of coming here. After many investigations, we finally confirmed that the world's spirit is related to a secret." Xing Liang didn't directly tell them what the secret was. Instead, he looked at Chu Mu and the other three and asked, "I wonder if the four of you have discovered any secrets after being here for so many years?" This was a very straightforward question. The deep blue god pearl. Chu Mu said calmly, "That's right. The world spirit is related to the deep blue god pearl. As long as we can find all the deep blue god pearls, we can open the center of the world." Xing Liang's eyes lit up and he said with certainty. This made Chu Mu and the other three feel puzzled. Xing Liang seemed to know more about the secret than they did. "It's a pity." Xing Liang shook his head and sighed. "There are only 18 deep blue god pearls. Until now, we haven't found any. I wonder if the four of you have found anything?" Although we know about the deep blue god pearls and have heard of them, we haven't found anything. Chu Mu shook his head and said. Gul Wankong and the other two also knew that Chu Mu was lying. However, they didn't say anything. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Chu Mu had the deep blue divine pearl, and one of them was even given to him by them. With their relationship, there was no problem in telling the truth. After all, they were all monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the Heaven Azure rankings. Each of them had pride in their bones. They weren't petty people, and they didn't want to be petty people. Moreover, the four of them had been through life and death situations together. They could trust each other. They were the kind of people who could entrust their backs to each other. But the others in the Ancient God Sword League, in the end, were just acquaintances. Although they were all from the Ancient God world, they did not know each other well enough. There was no basis for trust. How could Chu Mu reveal the fact that he had deep, blue sacred pearls, and four of them at that? Hearing Chu Mu's words, Xing Liang and the others didn't doubt it at all. They felt that it should be true. That sentence was just a test. Since it wasn't true, it wouldn't be mentioned again. This time, our league leader went out to scout for information. It's very likely that it's related to one of the deep blue sacred pearls. Xing Liang took a deep breath and said seriously, Now we just have to wait for our league leader to come back and see the situation. Their conversation didn't leak out, because the surroundings were set up with a very high level of soundproofing seal. In addition, they deliberately lowered their voices and controlled it. Only those within their small range could hear it. Chu Mu's group of four stayed in the Ancient God Sword League for the time being. No matter what, this was an organization of people from the same hometown. Moreover, after coming to the Deep Blue world, as long as they were still alive, they seemed to have a good harvest. Everyone's cultivation had increased, and their strength had increased. Moreover, they all had their own channels. It was better than the four of them to complete the mission. To Chu Mu, it didn't matter to him who found the spirit of the world and who received the recognition of the spirit of the world as long as it was a human. Once the mission was completed, the human sword cultivators of the Ancient God world would enter the Deep Blue world en masse. At that time, an intense battle would be unavoidable. To the Deep Blue world, they were probably invaders. However, Chu Mu didn't care about this. He was more concerned about his own path. After completing the mission, where should he go? Should he return to the Ancient God world? Or should he stay in the Deep Blue world? He had considered this question before, but each time he only thought about it briefly. He didn't think too deeply because he didn't know the answer. The Ancient God Sword League had 5 floors. Each floor was very big. Chu Mu's group of 4 were separated. According to the rules of the Ancient God Sword League, the levels they lived on were different. First Heaven of the Eternal Realm lived on the 3rd floor, Second Heaven of the Eternal Realm lived on the 4th floor, and Third Heaven of the Eternal Realm lived on the 5th floor. Chu Mu was at the early Second Heaven of the Eternal Realm, so he was arranged to live on the 4th floor. Gul Wankong, Yang Zhantian, and Lian Hongyan were arranged to live on the 3rd floor. It didn't matter if they were 1 floor apart. Chu Mu, you're number 1 on the Heavenly Azure ranking. I heard that your sword technique is exceptional. I wonder what level you've reached. Why don't we have a spar? Gong Russian said to Chu Mu, his tone carrying a bit of provocation. Back then, if we weren't older, who knows who would have taken the number 1 spot on the Heaven Azure list? Yan Zhenkong said. Back then, the age limit for the Heaven Azure list was below 100 years old. Many geniuses couldn't participate. Naturally, they weren't convinced. They didn't have a chance before, but now that they were together, they couldn't help but mention it. However, different people had different attitudes. Although Gong Russian's tone was provocative, it didn't have any malicious intent. It was purely a challenge. Yan Zhenkong's tone was different. His attitude wasn't as good, no matter if it was Gong Russian or Yan Zhenkong. Their cultivation was above Chu Mu's. They were at the advanced Second Heaven of the Eternal Realm. When they came to the deep blue world, they were at the late ninth heaven of the Nirvana realm. Sure, Chu Mu didn't reject Gong Rushen's suggestion. The ancient divine sword tower of the ancient divine sword league had 5 floors. Aside from that, there was also a backyard. It was a very spacious backyard that could be used as a place for league members to practice their swordsmanship. Of course, such a backyard did not have any defensive capabilities. Thus, when practicing their swordsmanship, they would not use too much power and would only practice their swordsmanship. The news of Chu Mu and Gong Rushen's sword duel spread quickly. Immediately, many alliance members came to watch. Back then, he was the #1 on the Heaven Azure list. Rumor has it that his sword skills were unparalleled. I wonder how profound they are. I think they should be pretty good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said that his sword skills were unparalleled. I don't think so. The Heaven Azure list has an age limit. Only those below 100 years old can participate. How many years has he been practicing his sword skills? Of course, his sword skills might be pretty good, but that's relative. He was only famous among swordsmen below 100 years old. Yan Zhengkong said again. He really didn't believe that Chu Mu's sword skills were that profound. He felt that his own sword skills were definitely above Chu Mu's. It was normal for Yan Zhengkong to have such thoughts. After all, his own sword skills were very profound. Within the sect, he was invincible among his peers. Many of the older generation couldn't be compared to him. This wasn't something that happened overnight. It was accumulated over a long period of time. Therefore, Yan Zhengkong had such confidence in himself. In fact, the alliance members present were all top geniuses in their respective sections. After coming to the deep blue world, they had more or less had some fortuitous encounters. They became stronger, and their sword skills became more profound. Therefore, they were very confident in themselves. However, some of them were overconfident, while some of them were still very confident. Yan Zhengkong's confidence was overconfident. Gong Rushen drew his sword. With a flick of his wrist, a sword flower bloomed and attacked Chu Mu from all directions. This was a pure sword skill that didn't contain any sword energy. In a battle of the sword, it was a battle of the subtlety and skill of the sword skill. The blazing brilliance, spiritual sword appeared in Chu Mu's hand. The sword stabbed out in a straight trajectory. It was like a line between the sky and the sea, as if there was no beginning or end. This was an application of the Skyline sword style. Its power couldn't be compared to the real Skyline sword style. However, Chu Mu, who had completely grasped the essence of it, could transform it into an ordinary sword skill. In everyone's eyes, Chu Mu's sword seemed to have turned into a line connecting the sky and the sea. There was no beginning or end. It extended endlessly, and there was nowhere it couldn't reach. The blooming sword flower was shattered by Chu Mu's sword. The endless line of sword light arrived in front of Gong Rushen in an instant. There was no way for him to dodge. It went straight between his eyebrows and finally fell between his eyebrows. Gong Rushen felt a chill coming from between his eyebrows. I lost. Gong Rushen was a little confused and bitter. He thought his swordsmanship was pretty good, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one strike from his opponent. Then he laughed. His real strength lay not in his swordsmanship, but in other aspects. So it didn't matter if he lost. You have some skills. Yan Jingkong's eyes flashed with a touch of fear, but he said so. Good sword skill. Let me have a try. Another person jumped out. Before Chu Mu could answer, he directly slashed at Chu Mu with his sword. Under this sword, it was like an invisible mountain descending, suppressing the earth and bringing great pressure to Chu Mu. This was a vision of sword skill. From this point of view, this person's sword skill was obviously more profound than Gong Rushen's. However, this kind of sword skill could only be regarded as good for Chu Mu. He didn't use any other moves. Just like before, he stabbed out with his sword. The line connecting the sky and the sea extended endlessly without beginning or end. breaking mountains and shattering mountains. Amazing. This person was much more open-minded than Gong Rushen. After being defeated by Chu Mu, he didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, he laughed. Since he had drawn his sword and defeated 2 people, Chu Mu simply looked around and invited, "Who else wants to fight?" Good sword skill. Let me have a try. Another person came out with a smile. Chapter 1634. No wonder Brother Chu is known for his unparalleled sword skills. He is indeed unfathomable. Within the ancient God Sword Alliance, there were more than 10 people who fought with Chu Mu. However, they could only exchange 3 moves with Chu Mu. After 3 moves, they would definitely lose. Such sword skills were unparalleled. Of course, there were also people who were unconvinced. They did not fight with Chu Mu as they were afraid of being defeated. However, they did not show it directly. In the ancient God Sword Alliance, other than interacting with others, they could only cultivate by themselves. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The alliance leader is back with good news. Everyone come out and listen. Xing Liang sent a message. Soon, everyone came to the 2nd floor and sat down. Chu Mu, this is my seat. Just as Chu Mu sat down, a cold voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw Yan Jinkong. He squinted his eyes and stared at him coldly. Chu Mu did not say anything. His expression did not change. He stood up and gave his seat to Yan Jinkong. He then sat down elsewhere. Here, the seats are based on strength. Those with strength can sit where they are. Yan Jinkong snorted and glanced at Chu Mu. He then sat down. Everyone saw this scene with their eyes, but none of them said anything. Chu Mu, don't mind it. This is the rule set by the alliance leader. Xing Liang pretended to be the good guy and explained with a smile, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Although the ancient God Sword Alliance is a new force, it is not an idle organization. The seats are based on strength. The stronger you are, the closer your seat is to the front. The seat in the middle is the alliance leader's seat. Xing Liang pointed at the empty seat beside him and said. As Xing Liang explained, Yan Jinkong glanced at Chu Mu again. In his eyes, a sliver of disdain seemed to flash. It was as if he was telling Chu Mu that it didn't matter how good his sword technique was. In front of absolute strength, everything else was just decoration. Gu Wankong and the other 2 glanced at Yan Jinkong and didn't say anything. There was no need for them to argue. They didn't like it, including Chu Mu and the other 3. There were a total of 38 people present. The seat at the front was empty, which belonged to the Alliance Master. 15 minutes passed, but the Alliance Master still hadn't appeared. After another quarter of an hour, loud laughter rang out. Everyone, I'm sorry for the long wait. Following the loud laughter, a hearty voice sounded. Immediately, no one came over, but a figure appeared in the empty seat. The figure seemed to be condensed from water. I heard that our ancient God Sword Alliance has 4 new members. Welcome, welcome. After using this mysterious method to appear, he looked at Chu Mu and the others and smiled. Alliance Master, these 4 new members are not simple. They are the top 10 geniuses on the Heaven Youth Leaderboard, especially Chu Mu, who is ranked first on the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. After joining the Sword Alliance, he has defeated many people with his sword skills. His sword skills are peerless. Xing Liang introduced. Oh, so they are the top 10 geniuses on the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. I've heard of them before, but I didn't have the chance to meet them. Now that I've seen them, they are indeed extraordinary. The Alliance Master's eyes lit up and said, No wonder they are ranked first on the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. They were only at the low-level Nirvana realm back then, but now they are at the early 2nd sky of Aeon. Alliance Master, it is even more difficult to reach the 3rd sky of Aeon. Chu Mu smiled. Haha, it is indeed difficult. Alliance Master Yang Fan said with a smile. Immediately after, he retracted his gaze, as if he was looking at everyone, but at the same time, he didn't seem to be looking at anything. This time, I have obtained quite a lot of information, and one of them is most likely related to the deep blue sacred pearl. Everyone's face turned serious when they heard that. Do you know the origin of the ancient heaven domain? Alliance Master Yang Fan asked. Wasn't the ancient heaven domain created by the ancient heaven saint emperor and the 4 saint emperors that followed him? A 2-star sword saint asked. That's right. The ancient heaven domain was created by the ancient heaven saint emperor and his 4 followers. After it was created, the ancient heaven saint emperor went into seclusion because he had used up too much energy. Yang Fan said, a few years ago there was a piece of news. Do you still remember it? Yang Fan seemed to like to ask questions of others. Alliance Master, are you talking about the ancient heaven temple? Yen Zhengkong was very cooperative. That's right, it is the ancient heaven temple that has been the talk of the town for the past few years. Yang Fan smiled. Chu Mu and the other 3 didn't have any strange expressions. When they came to the ancient heaven domain and arrived at the Wind Listening Tower, they received 2 pieces of news. The first was the ancient God Sword Alliance, and the second was the ancient heaven temple. They didn't know where the news came from, but it spread throughout the ancient heaven domain in a short period of time. However, the speed of the news in the outer domain was not as fast as in the ancient heaven domain. It was rumored that the ancient heaven temple was about to appear, and the ancient heaven temple was where the ancient heaven saint emperor went into seclusion. It was rumored that the ancient heaven saint emperor went into seclusion because he had used up too much energy to create the ancient heaven domain. In the end, he didn't recover and died. The appearance of the ancient heaven temple represented an opportunity. Entering it would allow one to obtain the inheritance of the ancient heaven saint emperor. The inheritance of a saint emperor. Moreover, the ancient heaven saint emperor wasn't an ordinary saint emperor, but a powerful saint emperor who had 4 saint emperors following him. His inheritance was incomparably attractive. According to the news I received, the ancient heaven saint emperor has the deep blue sacred pearl. Now that the ancient heaven temple is about to appear, the deep blue sacred pearl might be left in the ancient heaven temple, Yang Fan said. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it, and Chu Mu and the other 3 were no exception. Moreover, the ancient heaven temple has already appeared. Yang Fan threw out another bombshell. However, there is a large amount of protection outside the ancient heaven temple. We can't enter yet. We can only enter after the protection disappears. Alliance Leader, since the ancient heaven temple has already appeared, let's set off quickly, a 1-star sword saint said. They had to obtain the deep blue sacred pearl. Even if they didn't have the deep blue sacred pearl, who wouldn't want to obtain the inheritance of a powerful saint emperor? I came back to prepare to bring everyone to the ancient heaven temple, Yang Fan said. Everyone, let's set off now. No one was a procrastinator. Once they finished speaking, they quickly stood up and left Tianxiang City. Outside Tianxiang City, Yang Fan took out a 100-meter-long flying ship. Everyone entered the flying ship. The flying ship started up and rose into the sky. It changed direction and flew away rapidly. Everyone, we are all members of the ancient God Sword Alliance. There are some things that we should make clear. Vice Alliance Leader Xing Liang said, if we enter the ancient heaven temple, whether or not we can obtain the inheritance of the ancient heaven saint emperor depends on our luck. However, whether it is the deep blue sacred pearl or the inheritance of the ancient heaven saint emperor, it will be extremely difficult. There will definitely be many people entering, and there will be many monstrous geniuses. It will be extremely difficult, and we will die if we are not careful. Therefore, we have to be united. Vice Alliance Leader is right. We come from the same place, and we have to be united. This is also the reason why the Alliance Leader created the Sword Alliance. The reason why I created the Sword Alliance is to unite everyone and establish a foothold in the deep blue world to complete the mission, Yang Fan said with a smile. Once we enter the ancient heaven temple, we will try our best to stay together. Perhaps we will be separated. However, if we encounter each other, We will have to help each other in times of danger. Xingyang said, "Of course, if we encounter the treasure at the same time, we will see who needs to split it more." Such a statement was very reasonable, and no one had any objections. Inside the flying ship, everyone was also cultivating while chatting. However, due to the space, they couldn't practice their swordsmanship. They could only cultivate quietly. 20 days later, the flying ship arrived at the border of the ancient heaven domain. More people are coming. The ancient heaven temple is the place where the ancient heaven divine emperor went into seclusion. It's the place of his inheritance. When the news spread, of course, many people would rush over. The inheritance of a powerful divine emperor. No one wants to miss it. Yes, in this era where the divine emperor doesn't appear, the value of a powerful divine emperor's inheritance is indescribable. Below the flying ship, many people had already gathered. Most of them were experts from the ancient heaven domain, and a small number of them were experts from other regions. Their goal was to enter the ancient heaven divine emperor's ancient heaven temple. The attraction was too great. The flying ship landed, and Chu Mu and the rest came out. More than 30 people. All of them are low-level martial saints. They are the people from the ancient God Sword Alliance. 39 sword saints. Rumor has it that the members of the ancient God Sword Alliance are all sword saints. It's true. The appearance of the people from the ancient God Sword Alliance caused a commotion. Chu Mu and the rest also realized that there are many people here. Most of them were martial saints, but some of them were Nirvana realm cultivators. After all, this was the place where the ancient heaven divine emperor went into seclusion. It was very likely that his inheritance was there. And the inheritance wasn't something that could be obtained by one's fist. It depended on one's luck. Perhaps a Nirvana realm expert would coincidentally obtain the inheritance. Therefore, they came to try their luck. As long as there was a slight possibility, it was worth taking the risk, even if it was at the cost of one's life. Everyone cherished their own life. However, under some circumstances, they were willing to pay the price as long as they thought it was worth it. Go and fight for that slim chance. If you got it, your fate would change. Even if you couldn't become a divine emperor in the future, you could still become a peerless expert. In this era where the divine emperor didn't appear, a peerless expert was the top combat power. They could create a superclass force. Who wouldn't be tempted? Taking a few steps back, even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance of the ancient heaven divine emperor, as the place where the ancient heaven divine emperor went into seclusion, there must be a lot of treasures. Those treasures were very valuable. If they could obtain it, it would be of great help to them. Among the martial saints who came here, the lowest was a 1-star martial saint. At present, the highest was a 9-star martial saint. Wisps of powerful aura emanated from the bodies of the martial saints. The fluctuations were extremely shocking. At this moment, there was a violent void fluctuation not far away. A pair of white, jade-like hands stretched out from the void. They grabbed left and right and tore the void apart as if they were tearing paper. Chapter 1635. The void was torn apart, and an incomparably powerful aura seeped out, causing everyone's body to tremble, and they were all incomparably shocked. That pair of white, jade-like palms looked crystal clear, as if it was the most beautiful thing in the world. But it caused everyone's eyes to widen and their hearts to tremble, because that pair of hands seemed to have a magical power, causing one's mind to be unconsciously immersed in it. A ripping sound was heard, and the void was torn apart again, like a piece of cloth. Behind the white, jade-like hands, a figure stepped out, as if there was a void mist lingering around his body. As soon as he appeared, he was indomitable and earth-shattering. A gaze seemed to be able to destroy a world. A wisp of aura was able to suppress mountains and rivers. This feeling was even more intense than when Chu Mu faced Dugachong. In the current era, if a saint emperor did not appear, peerless experts would dominate the world. This person was a peerless expert who was even stronger than Dugachong, a peerless expert who was proficient in the Tao of space. This group of peerless experts in white robes was like a peerless young master, outstanding and unparalleled. Boom! An incomparably loud sound came from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, a purple-red lightning streaked across the sky and landed on the ground. A domineering and terrifying aura rushed out in all directions, immediately causing the faces of the saint experts to change drastically, and they were forced to retreat one by one. This was the result of the other party deliberately restraining his aura. Otherwise, under such an impact, most of them would have been injured and vomited blood. Kong Lu, you're even earlier than me. A loud and clear laugh resounded. I cultivate the Tao of space. If I'm slower than you, Lei Ba, wouldn't I be ashamed? Kong Lu smiled and said, That's true. If you're slower than me, you can kill yourself. Lei Ba laughed. His voice buzzed in everyone's ears, causing them to almost lose their hearing. Whether it was Kong Lu, Lei Ba, or Chu Mu, all of them felt that they were stronger than Dugachong, and not just by a little bit. It seemed like there were strong and weak experts among the peerless experts. Let me, Lei Ba, see what's so mysterious about the heavenly ancient divine emperor's place of seclusion. Lei Ba's gaze was like lightning as he swept his gaze forward. An incomparably huge palace stood between the heavens and the earth. It was situated on the earth at the edge of the ancient heavenly domain. Behind it was an endless darkness. The darkness stretched on endlessly with no end in sight. Spiritual power would be absorbed and devoured as soon as it touched the darkness. This was a forbidden area in the ancient heaven domain. It was called the dark nothingness. If a saint expert entered, they would die without a doubt. Only peerless experts could enter and come out alive. However, it was said that there were no treasures in the dark nothingness. There was only a dark nothingness. Without treasures, there was no way to attract cultivators. If the heavenly ancient sacred hall was in the dark, void, forbidden land, it would be a headache. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Nirvana realm cultivators were in the minority, and most of them were in the eternal realm. Apart from the original Kong Lu and Lei Ba, there were a dozen more. More than 10 peerless experts stood in the crowd like cranes among chickens. They stood alone and became the center of attention. The heavenly ancient sacred hall became clearer and clearer, and the powerful seals outside disappeared layer by layer. In the end, there was only one layer of seal left. After a few more days, there were no changes to this layer of seal. It seemed that this was the end. A peerless expert took a step forward and crossed a few thousand meters in an instant. He appeared in front of the last seal of the heavenly ancient sacred hall. He did not recklessly barge in. Instead, he stretched out his palm and gently placed it on the seal, gradually increasing his strength. Layers of ripples spread out on the seal, but the seal did not break. One by one, the peerless experts took action. They used all sorts of methods, but they could not break the seal. They could not enter. Even the peerless experts cannot enter. How can we enter? That's hard to say. Many treasured lands have cultivation restrictions. We might be able to enter. More than 10 peerless experts retreated. They could not do anything. Suddenly, one of the peerless experts reached out and grabbed the saint who had just spoken. This saint was a 5-star saint, but he couldn't resist at all. He was like a rag doll in front of a peerless expert's grasp. With a casual toss, the saint expert flew towards the seal. He crashed into the seal at an extremely fast speed. With a bang, a terrifying force burst out from the seal, causing the saint body of the 5-star saint expert to shatter. Blood splattered, and only his primordial spirit was left. Damn it, you! The sudden turn of events infuriated the 5-star martial saint. He had lost his rationality and was completely unable to discern the situation. Just as he was about to open his mouth and curse, a ferocious wave of energy suddenly swept out and destroyed his primordial spirit. And the ferocious, peerless expert snorted coldly. his voice full of disdain. Such a scene made the other saint experts fearful. They retreated far away. But, in reality, there was not much difference between 100 meters and 10,000 meters to the peerless experts. "Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to send you there?" The ferocious, peerless expert looked at the other saint expert who had spoken. This person was a 3-star saint. The 3-star saint expert felt as if his primordial spirit had been struck by lightning when the ferocious, peerless expert looked at him. His body went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Trash! The ferocious, peerless expert was called Zhengli. He reached out again and grabbed the limp 3-star saint expert. He threw him out casually. In an instant, the 3-star saint expert's body came into contact with the seal. With a bang, the 3-star saint expert's saint body was also struck by a force and shattered, leaving only his primordial spirit behind. This person did not curse out loud. Instead, he drove his primordial spirit away from the seal. But Zhang Li waved his hand again and destroyed his primordial spirit. Such ferocity and viciousness was even more shocking. "You, go over there." Lei Ba suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at a 1-star saint. The 1-star saint expert trembled all over. He walked toward the seal with fear and trepidation. When he got close, he slowly stretched out his right hand and gritted his teeth. His eyes were fixed on the seal, and he was trembling all over. The miserable state of the 4-star saint and 3-star saint experts was still replaying in his mind. He did not want to go, but he had no choice. Otherwise, the peerless expert could crush him with a finger. Torment, hesitation, struggle. Every second felt like a year. Everyone stared at him as cold sweat drenched his body. Finally, his palm came into contact with the seal. There was no counterattack. His palm even went through the seal. "What's going on?" Everyone narrowed their eyes. He was extremely shocked. Just as he was about to barge in, he was repelled by a force. He spat out blood and landed a few hundred meters away. "What's going on? How can this be?" Many people were puzzled, but there were still some who could see the mystery behind it. Zhang Li did not say anything. He appeared in front of the seal again. When he moved, the other peerless experts also moved and appeared in front of the seal. They stretched out their palms and gently touched the seal. They did not seem to be obstructed like before. They directly passed through the seal. Then their bodies also passed through the seal and entered the seal. In front of them was the huge and majestic heavenly ancient sacred hall. However, a strange expression flashed across their faces. There was no joy after passing through the seal. Instead, there was some confusion and some vague panic. Yes, Chu Mu was sure that he did not see wrongly. Even though it was just a flash, he did catch a glimpse of a vague panic on the faces of those peerless experts. What exactly was it that made these peerless experts feel so terrified? Chu Mu did not know, but he paid attention. At the same time, he also knew how to pass through the seal. "Everyone, I don't know if you noticed." Alliance Master Yang Fan's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the ancient God Sword Alliance. To pass through the seal, you need to do one thing. You can't use too much power. You can only use the smallest amount of power. It's like turning yourself into an ordinary person to pass through the seal. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Chu Mu's expression did not change. However, many people's eyes lit up because they did not notice this. Apart from Yang Fan, Chu Mu, and the others, there were naturally others who noticed this. Some of them told their friends, while others went forward alone. Chu Mu and the others immediately went forward and came before the seal. After restraining their power, they approached the seal. In an instant, everyone was on high alert because they were not sure. The moment their bodies came into contact with the seal, they felt as if they were about to dive into water. Layers of ripples spread out, and they passed through the seal without any obstruction. "I am in." A few of them could not help but cheer. I see. This is the right method." Outside the seal, the people who were carefully observing could not help but laugh. Then they passed through the seal and entered the heavenly ancient sacred hall. A strange look flashed across Chumu's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. After passing through the seal and entering the heavenly ancient sacred hall, Chumu immediately felt an invisible force suppressing him, weakening his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit, which was originally at the beginning of the 4th level, was now at the peak of the 3rd level. Chumu roughly understood the panic that flashed across the faces of the top experts. Their primordial spirits were at least at the 7th level. If they were in the same situation as him, they would definitely feel uneasy when their primordial spirits were weakened from the 7th level to the peak of the 3rd level. Then, Chumu also noticed that the auras of the top experts seemed to be abnormal. They seemed to have weakened by many times. It seemed to be similar to a 3-star saint. After making some guesses, Chumu looked at the others. He scanned the top and middle level saints one by one. After that, Chumu came to a conclusion. Those below the immemorial realm were unable to pass through the seal because the Nirvana realm experts were blocked outside. After passing through the seal, everyone's primordial spirit and strength would be restricted. They would be suppressed below the 4th level of the primordial spirit and below the 4-star saint level. The highest they could reach was the peak of the 3rd level of the primordial spirit and the peak of the 3-star saint level. Chapter 1636. More and more people discovered the secret of the seal and passed through the seal. Not far away was the heavenly ancient sacred hall. What's going on? My cultivation, my primordial spirit, how could it? The mid-level and high-level martial saints all realized that their primordial spirits and cultivation bases were being suppressed. Many of them panicked. It wasn't easy to raise one's cultivation. The cultivation of the primordial spirit was even more difficult. Being suppressed all of a sudden, they naturally felt uneasy and panicked. However, they soon discovered that they weren't the only ones being suppressed. The others were also being suppressed. Even the dozen or so peerless experts were being suppressed. This situation allowed them to immediately relax. The faces of the dozen or so peerless experts were rather ugly. Originally, they were so powerful. Now their primordial spirits, which were at least level 7, were being suppressed to the peak of level 3. Their cultivation was also being suppressed to the peak of level 3. This feeling was really unpleasant. Apart from the Nirvana realm experts, everyone else had entered the seal. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a vigorous laughter rang out. It seemed to come from all directions. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look for it. Their spiritual energy spread out and swept around. However, they didn't find anything. The voice rang out again. Hello, everyone. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to find me. Who are you? Someone asked loudly. Good question. I am the heavenly ancient sacred emperor. The vigorous voice rang out. Instantly, countless people were shocked. Heavenly ancient sacred emperor. Didn't they say that the heavenly ancient sacred emperor had already fallen and left his inheritance to wait for the fated person? What was going on now? The Holy Spirit of the heavenly ancient sacred temple. The voice seemed to be deliberately teasing everyone. After a pause, it continued, causing many people to heave a sigh of relief. However, the dozen or so peerless experts did not heave a sigh of relief. Instead, their eyes flashed with a bright light, as though they were happy. The heavenly ancient sacred hall's sacred spirit meant that the heavenly ancient sacred hall had a spirit. Perhaps most people didn't understand what this meant. However, as peerless experts, they stood at different heights and knew different things. A sword suitable for a sword saint was called a spiritual sword. Only a spiritual sword could fully unleash the strength of a sword saint. Could it be that other than a sword saint, other cultivators didn't have a suitable weapon? No, there were weapons similar to spirit swords. However, just like spirit swords, they were very rare. Spirit swords and other similar weapons were collectively known as spirit grade treasures. They were weapons and treasures suitable for saint-grade experts. According to the classification, spirit-level treasures could be divided into 4 grades: low, middle, and high. Almost all the peerless experts could only use upper-grade spirit-level treasures. Top-grade spirit-level treasures were almost an extravagant hope. Regardless of whether it was a high-grade spiritual treasure or a supreme-grade spiritual treasure, they all had spirituality. The only difference was the strength of the spirituality which brought about the difference in power. Above the spirit-grade treasures, there was an even higher level of treasures. These treasures had already broken away from the spirit grade and had undergone a qualitative change. They had gone from having spirituality to having true intelligence. Intelligence was something that only intelligent creatures possessed. When a treasure gained intelligence, it was as if it had become a spirit. Regardless of whether it was its power or other aspects, it would experience a huge leap. There was a huge gap between it and the vast majority of spirit-grade treasures. Treasures of this level had a name in the deep blue world. They were called Saint Emperor grade treasures. As the name implied, they were treasures that only Saint Emperors were qualified to possess. Another meaning was that among the treasures that had gained intelligence had a status similar to Saint Emperors among cultivators. It was because of this that the peerless experts were so happy. If they could possess the heavenly ancient sacred hall, it would be equivalent to possessing a Saint Emperor grade treasure. With a Saint Emperor grade treasure, other than having a huge increase in strength, they could also comprehend the treasure and comprehend the path to becoming a Saint Emperor. No matter what, even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance of the heavenly ancient sacred emperor, they had to obtain the Saint Emperor grade treasure and the heavenly ancient sacred hall. Of course, it would be even better if they could obtain all of it. From now on, only those who can reach the sacred hall within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will be qualified to enter the sacred hall. The sacred spirit's voice rang out once again, interrupting everyone's thoughts and causing them to be stunned. Wasn't the sacred hall right in front of them? It was only a few hundred meters away. Why would they need an incense stick's worth of time? While everyone was thinking, an incense stick fell from the sky. That incense stick was about 1/2 meter long. Shortly after, a strange scene appeared. The heavenly ancient sacred hall that was only a few hundred meters away seemed to have come alive. It rapidly moved backwards. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of meters away, tens of thousands of meters away, and it was still moving backwards. When it was 100,000 meters away, the heavenly ancient sacred hall became a small building in everyone's eyes. Following that, the ground within 100,000 meters caved in, leaving behind a floating disk of earth. Below, it was pitch black and endless, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Everyone finally understood. In an incense stick's worth of time, they had crossed a distance of 100,000 meters and arrived at the heavenly ancient sacred hall. 100,000 meters was a distance of 200 li. Even if it was a straight road, it was indeed a very long distance for an ordinary person. If one didn't consider the exhaustion of running, it would take at least 4 hours. If one walked, it would take at least 14 to 16 hours. As for the incense stick's worth of time, it was probably less than a quarter of an hour. Moreover, this 100,000 meters wasn't a straight road, but a disc. Some of the discs were bigger, while some were smaller. Some were closer, while some were farther. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to cross it. However, this was nothing to cultivators who could fly. If they flew directly, even a one-star saint could easily cross a distance of 100,000 meters in an incense stick's worth of time. How could it be so simple? Take note, you can't fly here. If you fall, you will enter the forbidden land of nothingness. Whether you live or die will depend on your own fortune. The heavenly ancient sacred hall's Saint Spirit spoke again. When everyone heard his voice, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. In addition, there are more interesting things waiting for you to discover. Now let's begin. As soon as the voice sounded, the incense stick automatically ignited. White smoke rose in spirals, and a fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. Immediately, everyone's mind was shaken, and they felt more awake. The incense stick had already started to burn. According to the speed at which it was burning, it would take close to a quarter of an hour. It seemed quite long, but no one knew what mysteries those discs had. As peerless cultivators, even if their primordial spirits and cultivation were restricted, they were still very confident because everyone was restricted. If they were at the same cultivation level, they would definitely be the strongest. More than a dozen peerless experts took the lead. They leaped and displayed their movement techniques, landing on the discs one by one. The moment they landed on the discs, a change occurred. The discs actually started to move, like floating ice on a stream. They moved at a uniform speed from left to right. The dozen or so peerless experts glanced at each other and immediately came to a decision. They leapt down again, landing on their respective second-round plates and advancing. The other saints began to move as well, choosing the best round plate as their foothold. They leaped up and landed on the round plate. The moment they leaped up, they felt as if their bodies were bound. They could not fly at all, even if they were peerless masters. Chu-Mu landed on a disc. As the disc moved, he stared at another disc. He leaped and landed on the second disc. The discs continued to move at a uniform speed. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't easy either. They had to pay attention. Looking from afar on 100,000 meters wide, countless discs were moving like lotus leaves. Figures were leaping forward like frogs. Other than the dozen peerless experts, there were close to 10,000 saints, leaping forward. Soon, everyone jumped on the discs and continued to move forward. The dozen peerless experts were far ahead. They belonged to the first line and were hundreds of meters ahead of the second line. Don't underestimate those hundreds of meters. Perhaps on land, it would only take an instant. But in this place, it wasn't easy to travel hundreds of meters. Everyone was paying full attention. There were hundreds of people in the second line, and they were more than 100 meters ahead of the third line. The third line had more than 2,000 people, and they were more than 10 meters ahead of the fourth line. The fourth line was the last line and had the most people. Chu-Mu and the others were in the fourth line. I'm going to speed up. Be careful, Xingyang said. His speed suddenly increased. Soon, he passed through the fourth line, entered the third line, and quickly approached the second line. As the leader of the alliance, Yang Fan had already rushed to the second line. You can play here slowly. Yan Zhenkong leaped past Chu-Mu, leaving Chu-Mu a sentence. He took the lead and quickly rushed to the third line. At this time, the fourth line at the back had also advanced more than 1,000 meters, and the first line had advanced more than 3,000 meters. Below, there was darkness like an abyss. That was the dark void forbidden land. It was said that after the ancient heaven domain was opened, the dark void forbidden land had been there, and it had swallowed countless lives. Legend had it that only peerless experts could leave the dark void forbidden land alive. No one was willing to fall into it, not even the dozen peerless experts. Although it was said that peerless experts could enter the dark void forbidden land and leave alive, no one knew what kind of dangers they would encounter. No one could be sure. What if there was an accident? In a situation where there were no benefits, no one was willing to be involved. However, if you avoided the danger, it didn't mean that the danger wouldn't appear and find you. Ah! A shrill scream, filled with panic, was like a sharp sword that tore through the sky, making everyone's heart tremble.